1. Pause right here. You have wondered why the path of your life has been so hidden, why doors seemed closed, why the silence felt endless. Let me tell you the truth. You were never abandoned. You were concealed. Concealed, not out of neglect, but because heaven had a timetable with your name on it. Think about how a sculptor works. Before the masterpiece is revealed, the marble block is kept covered, away from premature eyes. The chiseling happens in secret. The dust flies in silence. The vision is guarded until the right moment. That is what God has done with you. The world could not see you because heaven was shaping you behind the veil. There was once a young woman who felt invisible. Every opportunity passed her by. Every voice told her she wasn't enough. She prayed in secret. She wept in silence. Years later, when her moment finally came, she discovered that the years of hiddenness had given her resilience, wisdom, and depth that no quick success could ever provide. That is the pattern of the chosen ones, hidden, but not forgotten. You have carried battles in silence, wounds nobody clapped for, victories nobody saw. But in those hidden nights, God was strengthening your backbone, deepening your roots, and sharpening your vision. You may not have realized it, but every unanswered question was an answer in disguise. Imagine a pearl. For years, it grows inside the shell, unseen by the ocean, unrecognized by divers. Yet, when revealed, its beauty is undeniable, its value unquestionable. That is your story. The hidden place has been your making place. Now listen. Your silence terrified the enemy more than your noise, because he knew, once the silence broke, your voice would carry the authority of heaven. He tried to bury you, not realizing you were a seed. The Word of God declares in the book of Proverbs, chapter 3, verses 5 and 6, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart. Lean not on your understanding. In all your ways submit to Him, and He will make your paths straight." That is your anchor. Your path may have looked twisted, delayed, confusing, but in the hiddenness, God was straightening roads you could not yet see. Think of the archer who pulls back the bowstring to the arrow. It feels like retreat, backward, away from the target. But what looks like going backward is actually building tension for the release. The farther the pull, the greater the launch. Your hidden season was that backward pull, and soon the release will come. So I ask you, are you ready to embrace visibility, not as vanity, but as responsibility? The unveiling is not just for you. It is for those waiting on your light. There are people in darkness who will only see because you step out. If this word speaks to your spirit, I encourage you, share this message. Subscribe for more. And in the comments, write the number 36. This number is a prophetic marker, a declaration that you believe God is making your path straight. Just as Proverbs declared, "Do it not for me, but as your own act of faith," saying, "Yes, Lord, I trust your timing. Yes, Lord, I receive my unveiling." Land, you were hidden for a season. You are about to be seen for a reason. The truth is this: the season of hiding has always been a divine investment. You have not lost years, you have gained foundations. Others may have rushed ahead, but many who run without roots fall quickly. You, however, have been rooted deep. That root system will hold you steady when the winds of visibility come. There will be people who question your sudden rise. They will say, "Where did this one come from? How did this person appear so quickly?" What they do not understand is that nothing about your journey was quick. Years of silence, years of training, years of surrender built the platform you are about to stand on. You are not an overnight success. You are an eternal design. Picture a mountain spring. For decades, water gathers unseen beneath rocks, flowing through hidden channels. Then one day, it bursts forth as a river. People marvel at the river, but they forget the years of unseen gathering. That is who you are, the river about to flow, but with reservoirs that run deep and strong. And let me remind you, visibility will not mean ease. The unveiling will bring attention, but it will also bring responsibility. This is why the hidden years mattered. They taught you how to stand when nobody cheered, so that now you can stand when everybody watches. So when the world begins to see you, do not shrink back and do not rush ahead. Simply walk in the path God makes straight for you. The unveiling is not about proving yourself. It is about showing His glory through your story. Chosen one, the season of silence is closing. The cloth is being lifted. The seed is breaking through the soil. The arrow is about to be released. And the world will finally see what heaven has always known. You were never forgotten. Mark this moment. Write it down. Speak it aloud. Declare it in your own spirit. My hidden season has ended. My unveiling has begun. You may not have realized it, but every hardship, every trial, every crushing weight upon your shoulders has been part of your preparation. The furnace of affliction has never been about your destruction. It has always been about your refinement. Just as silver must pass through fire to have its impurities removed, so have you been placed into flames you did not choose. Yet what emerged was not weakness, but a strength that cannot be faked. Think about how a sword is made. A blacksmith heats raw metal until it glows red. Then, with heavy strikes, the hammer falls again and again. To an untrained eye, it looks like violence. It looks destructive. But in truth, each strike gives the blade its shape, its edge, its strength. That is what God has been doing in your life. Every pressure, every disappointment, every rejection has been His hammer, not to break you, but to forge you into a weapon of precision. Do you remember seasons when your prayers seemed unanswered? Times when you thought the heavens were silent? Those moments were not neglect, they were classrooms. They taught you endurance. They trained you to keep walking even when you couldn't see the path. They sharpened your faith until it became like flint, unbreakable against the stones of life. There was once a man whose life looked cursed. His business failed. His friends betrayed him, and his health collapsed. He thought God had turned away, but years later, he would say with tears in his eyes that those exact seasons became the foundation for everything he later built. He discovered wisdom he never would have gained in comfort. He found compassion he never would have carried without pain. That story is not just his, it is yours. Your furnace of preparation has been your hidden treasure. The ancient words recorded in the book of James, chapter 1, verses 2 to 4 declare, "Consider it pure joy when you face many trials, for testing of faith produce perseverance. Let it finish, that you be complete, lacking nothing." This is the paradox of heaven. Trials feel like subtraction, but in the kingdom they are addition. Fire feels like loss, but in truth, it is gain. What you thought was breaking you was actually building you. What you thought was delaying you was actually accelerating your maturity. Imagine clay in the hands of a potter. Before it can be placed on display, before it can carry water for others, it must be placed into the kiln. The heat hardens what was once soft. Without the kiln, the vessel would crumble under the first touch. That is you, the vessel who has passed through the furnace. Your hidden fire has made you unshakable. Sometimes the preparation feels unbearable because it is invisible. Nobody applauds your midnight prayers. Nobody claps for your silent battles. But those unseen moments have given you an authority that cannot be stolen. There is a weight in your words, a fire in your eyes, a depth in your spirit that only comes from having survived flames that others cannot even imagine. You have endured rejection. You have survived betrayal. You have walked through storms that should have drowned you. Yet you are still here, not because of luck, but because the hand of God has kept you, and in keeping you, He has shaped you. Preparation also teaches discernment. When you are hidden in fire, you learn to tell the difference between what is real and what is counterfeit. You learn to sense motives, to recognize opportunities that are traps, to hear the whisper of God above the noise of men. That level of discernment cannot be learned in comfort. It is only forged in the furnace. Picture a diamond before it shines. It exists as a rough stone, buried in darkness. It must be cut, pressed, and refined before its brilliance is revealed. The pressure that seemed unbearable is the very thing that releases its beauty. Your life mirrors that diamond. You were placed in pressure not to be destroyed, but to shine more brightly. And so, chosen one. The furnace was never random. Every tear had purpose. Every closed door was intentional. Every lonely night carried the fingerprints of God. Your spirit was being trained. Your faith was being expanded. Your endurance was being perfected. The furnace has not only made you strong, it has made you compassionate. Because you know pain, you can carry the pain of others. Because you have walked through fire, you can speak to others, still burning, and say, "You will not be consumed." That is the beauty of your preparation. It has not left you bitter. It has made you a vessel of hope. So now, as you step forward, do not despise the fire. Do not curse the flames. They have been your teachers. They have been your trainers. They have been your silent allies. You are not who you were when the fire began. You are stronger, wiser, and more anchored. And when the unveiling comes, people will marvel at your strength without knowing the furnace that shaped it. But you will know, and you will carry gratitude in your heart. Because without the fire, you would not be who you are today. The furnace also gave you something priceless: perspective. When you have lived through nights of silence, you no longer chase empty applause. When you have walked through storms, you no longer fear small wins. You now carry the quiet strength of one who has endured much and still stands. That is a power the world cannot counterfeit. And let this be clear, the fire was never meant to last forever. Preparation is a season, not a lifetime. The kiln does not burn the vessel endlessly. The blacksmith does not hammer without end. There comes a moment when the heat subsides, when the strikes cease, when the work is declared finished. You are approaching that moment, The fire has done its work. The forging is complete. Now, as you step out of the furnace, you will carry both the scars and the shine. The scars will remind you of where you have been, but the shine will testify of where you are going. You are no longer raw material, you are refined. And soon, the world will recognize what heaven has known all along. You are ready. From the very first breath you took, there was a mark upon your life. You may not have seen it, but others sensed it. Teachers, friends, even strangers could feel that there was something different about you. That difference was not an accident. It was a signature of heaven stamped on your soul. When you were a child, you carried questions far deeper than your years. While others were satisfied with surface answers, you searched for meaning. You saw injustice, and it stirred your heart more than it stirred others. You felt pain that others could ignore. That sensitivity was not weakness. It was evidence that you were chosen. The enemy noticed that difference too, from your earliest days. Attacks came that seemed unfair. While others seemed to walk freely, you faced obstacles that made no sense. Rejection came early. Misunderstanding followed. And loneliness often shadowed your steps. Why? Because darkness always fears what is marked by light. The moment you entered the world, the battle began. Not because you were weak, but because you were destined to be strong. Consider the prophet Jeremiah. He was told before birth that he was appointed as a voice to nations. Imagine being marked before your life even began. That is how heaven operates it, places identity before circumstance, calling before confirmation. In the same way, your calling has always existed. Even when you doubted yourself, heaven never doubted you. As the prophet Jeremiah cried out in chapter 20, verse 9, "His word is in my heart like a fire shut up in my bones. I am weary of holding it in. Indeed, I cannot." This is why you feel the stirring that never goes away. You cannot silence what heaven has placed inside of you. You cannot bury the fire, because it was never meant to be hidden. That fire is the evidence of the mark. It is the reason you have always felt different. The reason ordinary never fit you. Think of yourself like a lighthouse, even when hidden in fog, even when surrounded by storms. The light it carries cannot be denied. Ships steer by it. Waves crash against it. Yet it continues to shine. That is your mark, the signal of heaven that guides others. Even when you feel unseen. And here is the truth. That mark comes with weight. It means you will often walk roads few understand. It means you will feel burdens others never carry. But it also means your life is written into a story much larger than yourself. You are part of a divine narrative, unfolding through generations. Now, I invite you to affirm it boldly. In the comments, write just 3 words, marked for more. It may look simple, but it is a declaration that your life is not random. Your fire is not accidental, and your journey is not wasted. When you write it, you echo the prophet's own cry that the word of God inside you cannot be contained. So, let the world call you different. Let them misunderstand your silence, your hunger, your fire, because in truth, they are not rejecting you, they are reacting to the mark you carry. And the day will come when the same mark that brought rejection will bring recognition. You have been marked from birth, not for shame, not for failure, but for glory. You may not have realized it yet, but the mark you carry explains so much of your story. It explains why certain people drifted away, even when you wanted them to stay. It explains why opportunities slipped through your hands, not because you were unworthy, but because heaven had already reserved you for something greater. This mark has protected you even when it felt like punishment. There were seasons where you asked, "Why me? Lord, why must my path always feel heavier?" The answer is found in the fire burning inside you. Ordinary paths cannot hold extraordinary callings. You were set apart. And that set-apart life comes with both loneliness and authority. You are not designed to blend in. You are designed to be a voice that carries weight. A presence that shifts the atmosphere. A flame that refuses to be extinguished. The fire in your bones is not just for your survival, it is for the survival of those connected to your destiny. There are people waiting to hear your words. People who will find freedom through your story. People who will see hope through your scars. That is why the fire will not let you rest. Even when you tried to run from it. Even when you wanted to quit. It kept calling you back. That relentless pull is evidence of heaven's mark. Imagine a torch hidden in a cave. Even in the deepest dark, it glows faintly, waiting for the moment to light the way. That is you. You may have been hidden in caves of obscurity, but the fire never went out. And now, as the unveiling approaches, that hidden flame will become a blazing torch that others will follow. This is why your declaration matters. When you type, "marked for more," you are not typing empty words. You are aligning your spirit with the truth that has followed you since birth. You are declaring, "I accept the fire. I embrace the call. I will no longer run from what burns inside me." Each word you write becomes a seal upon your own heart, reminding you that you are chosen, refined, and destined for impact. So let your voice join the chorus of the marked ones. Let your simple act of writing those 3 words become a prophetic step. It is not about being seen by others. It is about acknowledging what God has already seen in you. And as you declare it, something shifts. Your perspective changes. Your courage awakens. Your steps become lighter. Because you are no longer questioning whether you belong. You know you were marked for more. The weight you carried in secret was never random. From the outside, it may have looked like you were simply unlucky, always facing heavier struggles than those around you. But heaven knows better. The unseen burdens placed upon your shoulders were training tools, gifts in disguise. Though they felt like curses at the time, you often wondered why your nights were so long, why your tears flowed without witnesses, why your prayers seemed to echo into silence. Yet those lonely battles became the proving ground of your faith. While others seemed to live without resistance, you faced waves that threatened to drown you. Still, every time the waters rose, you discovered a resilience that surprised even yourself. That resilience did not appear out of nowhere. It was the fruit of carrying hidden weight. Think about the way athletes train. They lift weights behind closed doors, not for the applause of a crowd, but to build unseen strength that will later show itself in the race. In the same way, your unseen struggles were spiritual weights. Every rejection, every betrayal, every setback you endured was like adding more weight to the bar. It hurt. It stretched you. But over time, it carved into your soul a strength that comfort never could. There was once a young leader who carried a vision in his heart long before anyone believed in him. People dismissed him, even mocked his dreams. But privately, he pressed through discouragement, disappointment, and doubt. By the time opportunity finally arrived, he was no longer fragile. He had been forged by the weight of years, when no one clapped, when no one noticed. The strength he displayed in public was born in private. That story mirrors yours. The writings in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 4, verses 16 to 17 remind us, "Therefore we do not lose heart. Though outwardly we are wasting away, yet inwardly we are being renewed day by day. For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all." And notice those words, glory that far outweighs. The very weight you carried in secret is being exchanged for a weight of glory in public. Heaven is a master of divine exchanges. What felt unbearable will become unshakable testimony. Consider the image of a tree standing in a storm. The winds whip against its branches. The rain lashes its bark. The storm seems determined to topple it. Yet what no one sees is how the storm drives its roots deeper into the soil. The more violent the storm, the stronger the roots grow, and when calm returns, the tree stands taller, steadier, unmovable. That is you. The storms you endured have driven your roots into God's soil until nothing can rip you out. It is easy to envy those who walk lighter paths. You may have thought, why do they succeed so easily while I struggle just to survive? But what looks like ease often hides fragility. A flower grown in constant sunshine may appear beautiful, but when drought comes, it withers quickly. A flower that endured storms, however, learns to drink deeply from hidden wells. You are not shallow-rooted. Your endurance was purchased through weight, and that endurance will keep you standing when others collapse. Your hidden battles have also given you empathy, because you have felt loneliness. You can see the lonely, because you have carried pain. You recognize it in others, because you have been overlooked. You can spot those who are ignored. This empathy is not weakness, it is the language of heaven, enabling you to carry others as you once carried yourself. That is why your story matters, not because of the victories alone, but because of the scars that prove you survived. Think also of the eagle before it can soar. It must endure the weight of waiting in the nest, the weight of stretching wings in practice, the weight of winds that resist its first flight. But those same winds that fight the eagle also teach it how to fly. The pressure becomes the platform, the resistance becomes the runway, the weight becomes the wings. Every burden you carried in secret was a seed of authority. It was heaven's way of making sure that when the moment of unveiling comes, you will not be fragile or hollow. You will be solid, tested, anchored. Others may have gifts, but you will have weight. And in spiritual battles, weight always carries authority. So, do not despise the heavy seasons of your past. Do not curse the times when you thought you could not take one more step. Those exact moments are the reason your faith now stands firm. They are the hidden chapters that gave depth to your story. They are the foundation stones that will hold the weight of your destiny. One day, when the world sees you shining, they will marvel at your strength. They may even envy it. But you will know the truth, that strength was born in silence, that courage was purchased in tears, that weight was carried when no one saw. And you will not boast in yourself, because you know the secret. It was never you carrying the weight. It was always the hand of God carrying you through it. And so, chosen one, walk forward with the quiet dignity of someone who has endured much. Do not minimize your scars. They are evidence of survival. Do not regret the hidden years. They were your sacred gymnasium. Do not question your strength. It was forged in places few could endure. You are here because you carried weight others never could. And now that weight has become your crown. The weight you carried has become wisdom. The scars you hid have become songs. And the tears you shed have become oil. None of it was wasted. Every silent night, every unseen struggle has been transformed into strength. You are not crushed. You are crowned by the very burdens that once tried to break you. Separation by design is often the hardest season to understand. When God pulls you away from the crowd, you may feel like you are being punished. You see others walking together, celebrating together, building together while you sit in silence. Apart. You ask, why me? Why am I always set aside? But separation has never been about rejection. It has always been about preservation. Think about the grape. If it stays too long on the vine with others, it risks rotting with them. But when chosen by the gardener, it is picked, pressed, and set apart for something greater, a fine wine that carries a fragrance and depth no unpicked grape could ever know. You, too, have been separated, not because you are less, but because you are destined for more. Sometimes separation feels cruel. Friends you thought were forever suddenly drift away. Doors you thought would stay open close without warning. You find yourself standing on paths that feel lonely and misunderstood. But what if that was heaven's mercy? What if the very people who left were never meant to carry the weight of your calling? What if those closed doors were not barriers, but protections? The prophet Hosea understood this when God called him to a life that looked strange, one that made little sense to the people around him. Yet through his separation, God revealed his heart. In the same way, your set-apart life is revealing something deeper. It is showing that God trusted you with solitude because he knew you could handle it. It was proclaimed in the book of Hosea, chapter 2, verse 14. Therefore I am now going to allure her. I will lead her into the wilderness and speak tenderly to her. Notice the language. Wilderness is not punishment. It is the place where God speaks tenderly. In your separation, you have been hearing whispers others missed in their noise. The wilderness has been your classroom, not your prison. There is also beauty in this design. Imagine an artist working on a painting. He steps away from the crowd, into his private studio. The doors close. The room is silent. And on the canvas, he begins to create. No one sees the brush strokes. No one hears the mixing of colors. But when the doors open and the masterpiece is unveiled, the world gasps. That is you, the unseen canvas being painted in solitude, soon to be revealed as a masterpiece of grace. And here is something else. Separation is not forever. The gardener does not pick the grape to leave it unused. The artist does not paint forever behind closed doors. There comes a day when what has been set apart is unveiled. When the private process becomes a public testimony, you have been separated, but soon you will be revealed. Now, let me share something from my heart. If this message has spoken to you, if it has reminded you that your wilderness is not waste but preparation, I ask you to stay connected. Like this message, share it, and subscribe. so you don't miss what is coming next. These are not just buttons on a screen, they are like lighting candles in a dark room. Each click adds another flame, and together we create a fire no shadow can resist. And for those who feel led, let me speak gently. Supporting this work through donation is like watering a garden. It is never demanded, never forced. It is an act of love. Just as rain nourishes soil, so seeds can grow. Your generosity helps this message reach further, touch more lives, and continue flowing freely. Imagine planting a tree. Not everyone will see your seed going into the ground, but one day, many will sit under its shade. That is what your gift becomes, a shade for others. But hear me clearly, this is not a condition, not a requirement. Whether you give or not, you are still chosen. You are still loved. You are still part of this journey. Donation is never about pressure. It is about participation. Some will give, others will simply receive, and both are precious in the eyes of God. Think of it this way. A river flows regardless of whether someone adds a cup of water to it. But when people pour in, the river grows stronger, wider, reaching places it could never have gone alone. Your giving is not buying a blessing, it is joining the current. It is saying, I want to see this river reach further. No, if your heart feels moved, you know it is not manipulation, it is alignment. You feel it because you recognize that these words are not just mine. They are whispers from the one who has also marked your life. If you cannot or choose not to give, you are no less part of this. Simply being here, listening, carrying the fire forward, is already priceless. So, let your heart rest in this truth. Separation was never abandonment. It was design. It was heaven's careful protection, ensuring that nothing and no one could contaminate what God was forming in you. When the unveiling comes, you will carry not the smell of compromise, but the fragrance of authenticity, and the world will see that the wilderness was not wasted, it was holy ground. Walk forward. Then, without bitterness, thank God for the friends who left, for the doors that closed, for the paths that grew silent. Each of them was part of your preservation. Each of them was part of your story. And each of them proves this truth. You were separated, but only because you were destined for something greater. Separation has carved resilience into your spirit, clarity into your vision, and depth into your soul. One day you will look back and thank God, not only for the doors He opened, but also for the ones He closed, for every silence, every distance, every wilderness moment has been heaven's way of writing strength into your story. Delay was never denial. That is a truth you must anchor deep in your heart. While waiting can feel like wasted time, in the kingdom of God, waiting is a form of protection. There were opportunities you thought you were ready for, but God in His mercy held them back. Not because you were unworthy, but because He loved you too much to let you step into something prematurely. Think about fruit on a tree. If picked too early, it is sour, hard, and unfit to nourish anyone. But if left to ripen under the sun, in the right season, its sweetness is undeniable. You are that fruit. God delayed certain seasons in your life not to punish you, but to ensure that when you were tasted by the world, your life would be sweet, nourishing, and lasting. Delay can feel like abandonment. You prayed, you fasted, you worked, And still, the breakthrough seemed far away. Others ran ahead of you, while you stood still. But what you could not see was the hand of heaven shielding you from people who would have crushed your gift, shielding you from platforms that would have demanded more than you were ready to give, shielding you from battles that would have destroyed you had you entered too soon, according to what is revealed in the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3. For the revelation awaits an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay. Notice that paradox. Though it linger, it will not delay. In human eyes, it looks late, but in divine timing, it is perfect. God's calendar is not your calendar. His delays are His designs. His pauses are His protections. Think of the butterfly inside its cocoon. To an onlooker, the stillness looks like delay, like nothing is happening. But inside, transformation is taking place. Wings are being formed. Strength is building. If the butterfly is forced out too early, it dies, unable to fly. That is why your cocoon season mattered. It kept you hidden until you were strong enough to fly. And yet, I know how painful it is to wait. There are nights when your heart feels heavy, when you wonder if God even remembers you. You watch others celebrate while your own hands feel empty. In those moments, you must remember, emptiness is often the canvas on which God paints fullness. Delay is the soil where faith takes root. Let me tell you about a man named Joseph. He had dreams of greatness as a young boy, but his life seemed to spiral downward, betrayed by his brothers, sold into slavery, falsely accused, and thrown into prison. Year after year passed, and the dream seemed farther away. But those delays were not wasted. They positioned him, they refined him, and at the appointed time, he stood before Pharaoh, ready to lead a nation. Had the dream come earlier, he would not have been ready. Delay became his preparation. Your story carries the same pattern. What you think has been lost time will one day be revealed as sacred timing. You are not late. You are right on schedule with heaven's clock. Think of the archer once more. The arrow must be pulled back before it is launched forward. To the arrow, the pullback feels like delay, but the deeper the pull, the greater the release. That backward stretch is what gives you range, precision, and impact. God's delay has been your pullback, and when He releases you, you will go further than you imagined. Now let me speak to your heart with honesty. You are stepping into the season when delays will begin to make sense. The tears you cried will start to show fruit. The prayers you thought were unanswered will begin to echo in reality. And the years you thought were wasted will suddenly feel redeemed. God is a master of acceleration. He can restore in 1 year what you thought you lost in 10. But even as the unveiling begins, never forget the gift of waiting. Waiting taught you patience. Waiting taught you faith. Waiting taught you to cling to God when nothing else made sense. That training will stay with you, even when doors fly open. So here is what I want you to do now. In the comments, write the number 44. Let this number become a prophetic marker for you. 4 is the number of stability and foundation. And when doubled, it speaks of firmness, of being established. By writing 44, you are declaring, my waiting is not wasted. My foundation is strong. My time is coming in God's order. Do not underestimate the power of such a declaration. When you type it, you are agreeing with heaven's timing, silencing the voice of discouragement, and stepping into alignment with divine order. It is not superstition, it is faith expressed in action. Delay has been your shield, not your chain. Delay has been your cocoon, not your coffin. Delay has been your pullback, not your punishment. And soon, the very things you wept over will become the testimony you rejoice in. Hold your head high. Chosen one. Your time has not passed you by. It is arriving, right on schedule, with the weight of heaven behind it. And when it comes, you will not merely walk into it, you will soar. Delay teaches you to value what is coming. When a gift arrives too quickly, it is easy to take it for granted. But when you have prayed, waited, and endured, you recognize its worth. That is why your coming season will not slip through your fingers, you will hold it with reverence. By declaring 44, you are not just typing numbers. You are placing a stone of remembrance on the path of your journey, saying, "Here is where I chose to trust God's clock over my own." And that choice becomes the doorway through which your next season will unfold. Rejection, yet reserved. That is the paradox you have lived. Many times you have felt the sting of being overlooked, misunderstood, or dismissed. Friends you trusted turned away. People you thought would support you refused to believe in you. Opportunities that looked certain suddenly vanished. At the time, it felt cruel. It felt as though you were unwanted, as though heaven had left you standing outside the door. But let me tell you the truth. Rejection was not abandonment. It was redirection. Every no from people was a yes from heaven that was hidden in disguise. You were not cast aside. You were set apart. You were not discarded. You were reserved. Think about the story of David. When the prophet Samuel came to Jesse's house to anoint the next king, David was not even invited to the gathering. His own father overlooked him, assuming he could not possibly be the chosen one. Yet while the brothers stood tall in front of Samuel, the oil refused to flow. The one rejected in the field was the one heaven had reserved for the throne. That is your story too. The writings of the Psalms, chapter 118, verse 22, declare, "The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone." This is the mystery of rejection. What people push aside, God sets as foundation. The very thing that seemed like weakness becomes strength. The one nobody counted on becomes the one everybody needs. Rejection hurts because it attacks your sense of belonging. Humans crave acceptance, affirmation, and community. But for the chosen ones, rejection often comes early, and often it comes from family, friends, workplaces, even communities of faith. Why? Because heaven has designed your belonging to be higher than earthly approval. If everyone embraced you too quickly, you might settle where you were never meant to stay. Rejection forces you to keep moving toward the place God has truly reserved for you. Think of a vessel set on a high shelf in the potter's house. Other vessels are taken out, used quickly, and discarded. But the one on the high shelf remains untouched. To the vessel, it may feel forgotten, but to the potter, it is preserved for a special occasion. That is, you kept aside, not because you are worthless, but because your worth is too great to be wasted. Consider also the image of a manuscript in the hands of an author. Drafts are written. Some pages are discarded. Others are saved for later chapters. The writer knows that certain words do not belong in the beginning, but must be reserved for the climax. That is your life. You were not written out of the story, you were reserved for a moment when your presence will carry the most weight. It is natural to question during seasons of rejection. You may have asked, "What is wrong with me? Why does no one see me?" The answer is simple. You carry a light others cannot comprehend. Some reject you because they are blinded by it. Others turn away because your presence stirs conviction in them. Still, others cannot recognize your value because it does not match their limited perspective. But none of that changes your worth. Your value was never defined by their acceptance. It was set by heaven long before they formed an opinion. Joseph, again, knew this well. Rejected by his brothers, thrown into a pit, sold for silver, his rejection was bitter. Yet without that rejection, he would never have reached Egypt, never have stepped into the palace, never have fulfilled his destiny. What looked like betrayal was actually divine transportation. The same is true for you. The rejections you endured were vehicles, moving you closer to the place you were meant to occupy. Do not despise the seasons of closed doors. Each door that shut in your face was heaven's way of saying, "Not here, not yet, not with them." You were preserved for the right place, the right time, the right people. And when that alignment comes, you will understand why the earlier doors had to remain closed. Think about the eagle once more. When it is young, other birds may reject it, refusing to fly with it, refusing to share their nests. But the eagle was never meant to fly with sparrows. Its wings were designed for higher altitudes. Separation and rejection are part of its design. The same rejection that felt painful is what forced the eagle to rise higher, where it truly belongs. Rejection has also built resilience in you. Each time you were told no, you discovered that God's yes was still enough to keep you moving. Each time people turned their backs, you found His face shining brighter. Each time you were dismissed, you learned to anchor your worth, not in applause, but in presence. That resilience will be invaluable in the days ahead. So, if you find yourself remembering seasons of rejection, let gratitude begin to rise. Thank God that certain relationships ended, because they would have hindered your growth. Thank Him that certain opportunities vanished, because they would have limited your vision. Thank Him that certain communities turned you away, because they would have diluted your fire. What felt like rejection was actually heaven's careful preservation of your destiny. There will come a day when those who rejected you will see the fullness of your unveiling. Some will be amazed, some will be humbled, and some will seek forgiveness. But you will not carry bitterness, because by then you will know every rejection was an act of reservation. You are not the leftover. You are the chosen portion. You are not the discarded stone. You are the cornerstone. Rejection has not disqualified you. It has distinguished you. Every closed door became a divine signpost, pointing you closer to your true calling. And now, as the season shifts, you will see clearly that what others walked away from, God has guarded, polished, and prepared for His perfect unveiling. Your silence was never weakness, it was strategy. There were moments when you wanted to shout your truth, defend your name, explain your heart, and prove your worth. Yet something inside you held you back. Words stayed trapped in your chest. Answers never left your lips, and explanations felt unnecessary. That restraint was not a flaw. It was a weapon crafted by heaven. In a noisy world, silence itself becomes power. Think of how a battlefield quiets just before the trumpet sounds. Soldiers hold their breath. Enemies tremble. Creation itself seems to pause. Silence is not absence. Silence is anticipation. Your silence has been that pause. A divine interlude before the unveiling of what God is about to release through you. Even Jesus demonstrated this strategy. When falsely accused, he did not waste his energy arguing with those who would never understand. When questioned by Pilate, he spoke little, because he knew his destiny did not hinge on human opinions. His silence was not surrender, it was sovereignty. In the same way, your refusal to respond to every accusation or justify every action has preserved your strength for the battles that truly matter. The writings in the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 7 remind us, a time to tear and a time to mend, a time to be silent and a time to speak. Your hidden season has been your time of silence, not because your voice lacked power, but because the moment to speak had not yet come. In silence, God sharpened your words. In silence, he built your authority. In silence, he gathered weight behind every syllable you will one day release. Think of an archer again. The arrow waits in stillness, held tightly by the bowstring. To the arrow, silence feels like suffocation. But when the release comes, the power behind it is unstoppable. That is what your silence has been building. Momentum for the moment of release. Consider also the seed underground, buried in silence, unseen by the surface world. It appeared dead, but beneath the soil, life is forming. Roots are stretching. Growth is preparing. The silence of the soil is not proof of death. It is the womb of life. So it has been with you. What looked like inactivity was incubation. There were times when people mistook your silence for weakness. They assumed you had no answer, no wisdom, no courage. They were wrong. You were simply discerning when to speak. You knew that words released too soon lose their power. You understood that not every audience deserves your voice. And so, by remaining silent, you protected the treasure within you. Imagine a lion resting in the grass. It does not roar at every passing sound. It does not waste its strength chasing every shadow. But when the moment comes to strike, the roar shakes the earth and the leap secures the prey. That is the nature of your silence. It is a resting strength, not an absence of power. Your silence has also been a shield. By not revealing too much, you protected your vision from premature exposure. Not everyone can handle the dreams you carry. Not everyone can celebrate the promises whispered over your life. Had you spoken too soon, envy, doubt, or sabotage might have tried to strangle what God was still nurturing. Silence kept your promise safe. There is also discipline in silence. It teaches patience, sharpens listening, and opens space for God's voice to be heard. When the noise of the world dims, the whisper of heaven becomes clear. Many people never hear God because they fill every pause with words. But you, through seasons of silence, have learned to recognize his whisper in the stillness. That is a priceless gift. Remember Elijah on the mountain. The wind came, the earthquake came, the fire came, but God was not in them. Then came a gentle whisper, and Elijah covered his face. That is what silence has trained you for, not to be distracted by the dramatic, but to recognize the subtle presence of God. So do not despise the years you felt muted. Do not curse the seasons when your voice seemed locked away. They were not wasted. They were essential. They prepared you to speak with clarity when the time comes. They taught you to conserve strength for divine moments. They shaped you into a voice that cannot be ignored when heaven finally says, "Now." And one day, your silence will make sense. People will look back and realize that while they spoke carelessly, you were listening deeply. While they scattered words, you were storing power. While they lived for noise, you were cultivating depth. And when your words finally come, they will carry authority because they were birthed in silence. Your silence has been heaven's secret weapon. It has disarmed your enemies, protected your calling, and positioned you for the unveiling. The world may value noise, but heaven values timing. And when that timing aligns, your voice will break chains, your words will open doors, and your presence will command attention, not because you shouted, but because you learned how to wait. So stand tall in your silence. Wear it as armor. Hold it as a sword. Let the world misinterpret it if they must. You know the truth. Silence was never your prison, it was your preparation. And soon, the stillness will give way to a sound that cannot be silenced. Silence has carved space for wisdom, and wisdom has carved space for authority. When you rise to speak, it will not be shallow words echoing in empty halls. It will be fire refined in the furnace of stillness. The same silence that once made you feel overlooked will become the very foundation of your unstoppable voice. And when that voice is heard, it will not just inform, it will transform. It will pierce confusion, dismantle lies, and awaken hearts. This is the fruit of silence faithfully endured, a sound so pure, so weighty, that it cannot be denied. The enemy has always seen you coming. From the earliest days of your life, there was resistance that seemed out of proportion to your size or your stage. Other children may have lived carefree, but you were targeted with unusual intensity. You faced storms before you even understood what storms were. That is because darkness recognized your light long before you did. The adversary does not waste resources on those who pose no threat. He assigns battles to those whose destiny carries weight. The constant pushback, the relentless attacks, the unexplainable struggles, these were not random. They were signals of how significant your calling truly is. Think of Moses. Before he even learned to walk, Pharaoh issued an order to kill every Hebrew baby boy. Why? Because in the spirit realm, Pharaoh sensed the deliverer was among them. Darkness struck early because destiny was near. In the same way, the intensity of your battles reveals the intensity of your purpose. The ancient words recorded in the book of Revelation, chapter 12, verse 11, declare, they triumphed over him by the blood of the Lamb, and by their testimony they did not love their lives so much as to fear death. Your testimony terrifies the enemy. He knows that once you rise, your story will not just bless you, it will liberate others. That is why he tried so hard to silence you early, to crush you in the hidden years. But he failed. You are still here, breathing, standing, carrying the fire. That fact alone is evidence of victory. Picture a lighthouse on a stormy coast. Waves crash violently against its base. Winds howl, and rain lashes without mercy, yet the light atop continues to shine, guiding ships to safety. The enemy has hurled storms against you, but your light has not gone out, and because it still shines, others find their way home. The enemy saw you coming and trembled. He tried to confuse you with rejection, discourage you with delay, distract you with noise. But every tactic has only proven futile, because heaven's seal on you cannot be erased. Your survival has already been a weapon. Every morning you rise, you proclaim to hell itself, I am not broken, I am not finished, I am still chosen. The enemy hoped you would quit, but persistence has been your warfare. Now it is time for you to agree with what heaven has always known. In the comments, I invite you to write just 3 words. Unshaken by fire. This declaration is not casual, it is prophetic. It is saying to your own soul, the flames did not consume me, they refined me. It is announcing to every force of darkness that the trials designed to break you have only forged you stronger. When you type it, you align yourself with the reality of your journey. You have walked through rejection, storms, and battles. Yet the fire has not destroyed you. Like gold refined in the furnace, you emergi purer, brighter and unshakable. Those 3 words become a banner over your life, proclaiming that no matter how fierce the heat, your destiny is fireproof. So lift your head, remember the early battles, recall the storms that should have crushed you but did not. Let gratitude rise, not for the attacks, but for the God who brought you through them. For every scheme of darkness, heaven had a counter-strategy. For every weapon formed, God raised a shield. And for every plan to destroy you, He wrote a plan to establish you. The enemy saw you coming. He recognized your threat. But what he failed to realize is that you are unstoppable, because the one who chose you has already declared the end from the beginning. The truth is this: your survival was not a coincidence, it was strategy. Hell unleashed storms against you, but heaven always had a counterbalance. What felt like random chaos was actually divine choreography, each moment designed to sharpen you. You are not simply a survivor, you are evidence that destiny cannot be denied. Look back at the moments that nearly broke you, the nights you thought would be your end, the betrayals that cut deep, the disappointments that drained your hope. Each of those moments should have crushed you. Yet here you stand, stronger than before. This is not because you were stronger than the storm, but because God was stronger within you. Your journey has proven a profound truth. What the enemy fears most is not your weakness, but your endurance. He knows that if you keep standing, no matter how battered, eventually the tide will turn. Endurance is warfare. Endurance is victory, unfolding slowly, step by step, storm by storm. This is why the fire could not destroy you. It only revealed you. Just as metal shines brighter after passing through flames, your life carries a radiance forged in trial. Others may not understand it, but they will feel it. They will sense the authority in your words, the weight in your presence, the fire in your spirit. And so, when you declare, unshaken by fire, you are not exaggerating, you are telling the truth of your story. The flames came, but you are still here. The storms roared, but you still shine. The attacks pressed, but you refused to bend. This declaration is not about pretending you were untouched. It is about acknowledging that you endured and emerged unbroken. Carry this banner proudly, not with arrogance, but with gratitude. For the God who preserved you in the fire is the same God who will propel you into destiny. And soon, the very things that once threatened to silence you will become the proof of your authority. You are unshaken. You are refined. You are fireproof by design. The mantle is awakening inside you. For years it lay dormant, like embers buried beneath ashes, waiting for the breath of God to stir them into flame. You may have felt ordinary, invisible, even, but deep within you, something sacred has always been alive. And now, in this season, that mantle is stirring, stretching, rising. A mantle is not just a garment, it is a weight, a covering, a sign of responsibility. In ancient times, when a prophet passed his mantle to another, it was more than fabric. It was the transfer of authority, calling, and destiny. You carry such a mantle. You may not have recognized it before, but it has been resting on your shoulders since the day you were set apart. Think of Elijah and Elisha. When Elijah cast his cloak upon Elisha, something shifted. Elisha was plowing fields, living an ordinary life. But in that moment, the ordinary broke open to reveal destiny. He left his oxen behind, because once the mantle touches you, you cannot return to smallness. That is what is happening within you. The mantle is awakening, and you are realizing you were never made for small places. The Word of God declares in the book of Hebrews, chapter 12, verse 1, "Since we are surrounded by a great cloud of witnesses, let us throw off all that hinders, the sin that so entangles, and run with perseverance the race on." Your mantle is not just about you, it is about the race marked out for you, a race others cannot run, a course designed only for your feet. And as you feel that stirring, you will notice the old weights slipping away. The fears that once held you down are losing power. The distractions that once consumed you no longer satisfy. Because when the mantle awakens, it shifts your appetite, your vision, your entire way of living. Picture a violin kept in its case for years. Dust gathers, strings loosen, wood darkens. Then, one day, a musician opens the case, tightens the strings, and begins to play. The sound that emerges carries not just music, but memory, richness, and depth. That violin was not broken during its years of silence. It was waiting for the right hands. You are that instrument, and God is tuning you even now. The music of your life is about to resound. Or think of a torch carried unlit through a long journey. To the eye, it seems useless, but the moment fire touches it, the torch fulfills its purpose, casting light into every shadow. Your mantle is that torch, and the fire of God is igniting it in this season. What once felt heavy will now become holy. And here is something to remember. The awakening of your mantle will not only bless you, it will impact everyone connected to you. When you rise, others will find courage. When you shine, others will discover their way. When you step forward, it becomes easier for those behind you to move as well. This is the power of a mantle. It carries legacy, influence, and multiplication. Yet, with this weight comes choice. You can resist it, shrink back, and pretend you are not called. Or you can embrace it, Step forward and let the world see the fire God has placed on your life. The mantle will not force itself upon you. It invites you. It is not a chain, but a crown. Not a burden, but an honor. Now, if this word stirs your spirit, I want to gently invite you to take a step of connection. Like this message, share it, and subscribe to stay part of this journey. Think of it not as clicking a button, but as stepping onto a train. Each like is a step onto the platform. Each share is opening the door for someone else to board. And each subscribe is choosing to stay on the journey until the destination is reached. Together, we are not passengers by chance. We are a family traveling toward purpose. And if you feel led, consider this. Supporting through generosity is like pouring oil into a lamp. The lamp will still burn without it. But when oil is added, the flame grows brighter, lasting longer, reaching further. Your gift becomes oil. It does not purchase blessing. It simply sustains the light so others can see. There is beauty in that choice, because it is not demanded, but offered freely. Like water poured into thirsty ground, do not underestimate the symbolism of these small actions. To like is to agree. To say, "This word resonates in me." To share is to extend. To say, "I refuse to keep this fire to myself." To subscribe is to stay. To say, "I choose to walk this path with others who are chosen." And if you give, it is to partner. To say, "I will add my oil to this lamp so it can shine brighter." None of this is about compulsion. It is about participation in something larger than yourself. Just as the mantle is awakening in you, your actions help awaken it in others. A single flame lights another without losing its own fire. That is the miracle of shared light. It multiplies without diminishing. So walk forward now, with courage. The mantle on your life is stirring, rising, and demanding to be seen. You are not who you were yesterday. You are stepping into the role heaven has always written for you. And as you embrace it, the world will see not just you, but the God who placed the mantle upon you from the beginning. The mantle will not only clothe you, it will crown you. When others look, they will not just see your effort. They will witness the grace that carries you. This is not a season of guessing who you are. It is the unveiling of what has always been upon you. Walk forward with quiet strength, knowing the weight you carry is not heavy, it is holy. No more small places. That is the shift happening around you now. The season of obscurity, the hidden corners where you once felt confined, is closing. For too long you were pressed into tight spaces, roles too small for your heart, conversations too shallow for your depth, circles that could not contain the fire within you. You endured it, not because you belonged there, but because it was temporary. There comes a point when the cocoon can no longer hold the butterfly. The wings, once fragile, begin to stretch and push against the walls. Pressure builds, cracks form, and soon the butterfly emerges into the open air. That is the season you are stepping into. The walls that once contained you can no longer keep you. What was once shelter has become restriction, and heaven itself is tearing the veil to release you. Consider the tent of meeting in the wilderness. For a time, God's presence was housed in that tent. It served its purpose. It sheltered the glory. But it was never meant to be permanent. A day came when Solomon built the temple, a place expansive enough to hold the worship of generations. The tent was holy, but it was not final. In the same way, your small places were holy, but they were never final. We are reminded in the book of Isaiah, chapter 54, verse 2, "Enlarge the place of your tent. Stretch your tent curtains wide. Do not hold back. Lengthen your cords. Strengthen your stakes." This is the call to expansion. Heaven is saying, do not shrink back. Do not settle for cramped spaces. Stretch. Make room for the destiny unfolding. Think about rivers. A stream begins narrow, winding quietly between rocks, but as it flows, it gathers volume, carving valleys, widening its course, until it becomes a mighty river that cannot be ignored. You are that river. For years, your life looked small, but the current has been gathering. What once trickled will soon roar. It is important to understand that small places are not failures. They are starting points. A seed is small, yet it holds a forest within it. An ember is tiny, yet it carries the potential to ignite a wildfire. Smallness was your womb, not your tomb. It was where the roots formed, where foundations were laid. But the time for expansion has come. There was once a woman who worked in obscurity, faithfully, giving her best, though few noticed. People around her laughed at her persistence, calling her foolish for dreaming beyond her small role. But she refused to despise small beginnings. Years later, she stood on a platform that touched nations, and those same voices were silenced by her fruit. Her story echoes yours. You have been faithful in little, and now heaven is entrusting you with much. Your life has been like a lamp kept under a bowl. Its flame was never extinguished, but it was hidden. Now the covering is being removed. The light that once lit only your room will illuminate the house, the street, the city. Small places cannot hold big light. Do not be surprised if you feel discomfort in this season. Growth always stretches, like a tree planted in a small pot. Your roots press against the edges, signaling it is time for transplanting. The pot once nurtured you, but if you stayed, it would stunt you. God is moving you into larger soil, where your roots can spread wide and your branches can bear fruit that lasts. Sometimes expansion feels like loss. You may leave behind familiar surroundings, relationships, or roles that once felt safe. But safety is not the same as destiny. Small places are comfortable, but they do not call forth the fullness of who you are. To step into your true calling, you must risk the unfamiliar. Think of Abraham. God told him to leave his homeland, his family, and everything familiar, to go to a land he had never seen. That departure was painful, yet it was the doorway into promise. The same pattern unfolds in your life. Leaving small places may ache, but it ushers you into promise. And let us not forget Jesus himself. He was born in Bethlehem, a small town, raised in Nazareth, a place people despised. Can anything good come from Nazareth? Yet from those small beginnings emerged the Savior of the world. The small place was part of the story, but it could not contain the glory. So now, as heaven whispers, no more small places. You must prepare your heart. Expansion requires courage. It means stepping out of familiar routines. It means letting go of identities that no longer fit. It means believing that you are worthy of more, not because of pride, but because God Himself has written more into your destiny. Do not fear the vastness ahead of you. Yes, wide open spaces can feel intimidating after years in small rooms. But remember, you were designed for breadth. The eagle is not afraid of the sky. It was made for it. The river is not afraid of the ocean. It was destined to reach it. You, too, were crafted for expansiveness. There will be voices that try to pull you back into smallness. Some will be afraid of your growth. Others envious of your expansion. Do not yield. They cannot understand the call upon your life. Their comfort is not your compass. The only compass you need is the voice of the one who says, enlarge, stretch, do not hold back. Leo, your mantle demands room. Your fire demands space. Your calling demands expansion. And no wall, no ceiling. No small place can contain what God has placed inside of you. The doors of limitation are opening, and the wide spaces of destiny are calling. Step out, step forward, step beyond small places, for they were never meant to be your final dwelling. Prophetic numbers carry weight. Chosen one, they are not random figures scattered across a page. In the language of heaven, numbers are symbols, reminders, and markers of divine timing. Each digit whispers of order, rhythm, and meaning. And now, in this season, your alignment with heaven's timing is being sealed with a prophetic number. You have already felt the stirring. Something inside of you knows that the delays, the separations, the hiddenness were not pointless. They were aligning you with the appointed hour. It is no accident that you are hearing this now. The number you are about to declare is not superstition, it is synchronization. It is your spirit saying, I agree with God's calendar. Oh, the scriptures remind us in the book of Daniel, chapter 2, verse 21, He changes times and seasons. He deposes kings and raises up others. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to the discerning. You see, time in the kingdom is not like time on a clock. Human eyes measure minutes and hours, but heaven measures seasons and purposes. What feels late to you is right on time to God. What feels early to others may be delayed by His hand. But always, always, His timing is perfect. Think of a symphony. Each instrument has its part. A drum beat may seem silent, while violins carry the melody. But when the conductor lifts his hand, the drum strikes at the perfect moment, shaking the room with its force. Your life has been waiting for its divine cue. Heaven has been holding you back, not because you were forgotten, but because the song was not ready for your entrance. Now, the baton is rising, and your note is about to resound. Or picture a farmer watching the sky. He does not plant seeds in winter, no matter how ready he feels, because the ground is hard and the frost would kill the sprout. He waits for spring, for the rains to soften the soil, for the warmth to welcome growth. The waiting is wisdom, and when the seed is finally planted in season, it grows with speed and strength. That is the mystery of timing. The right moment multiplies what would have been lost in the wrong one. This is why numbers matter. They are like coordinates, pointing us to alignment. They are reminders that destiny unfolds not in chaos, but in order. You may have thought your story was spiraling, but heaven has been counting days, measuring seasons, and arranging steps. Nothing has been wasted. There is a number I want you to declare today. 55. Why this number? Because 5 is the number of grace, and doubled. It speaks of abundant grace, multiplied favor, double doors opening wide. It signifies that where you once struggled, grace will now flow. Where you once carried shame, favor will cover you. Where doors were closed, they will swing open 2 by 2. When you type 55 inches, the comments, you are not merely pressing keys, you are prophetically stepping into the rhythm of double grace. You are saying, I believe this is my season of multiplied favor. I align myself with heaven's timing. I step through the double doors that God has prepared for me. Imagine standing before 2 gates. One has always been locked, rusted by years of waiting. The other never even seemed to exist. But now, both are opening at once. And before you lies a pathway you never imagined possible. That is the picture of double grace. Not just restoration of what was lost, but increase beyond expectation. Think of Jacob, who thought his life was over after years of deceit and exile. Yet in one night, wrestling with God, his name was changed, his identity transformed, his destiny unlocked. Grace doubled back on his life, not only forgiving his past, but propelling him into a future he never earned. The number 55 carries that same breath of transformation. More than you asked, more than you deserved, more than you imagined. There was also Hannah, barren for years, mocked by her rival, aching for a child. In her appointed time, God did not just give her a son, he gave her Samuel, a prophet who would anoint kings. Grace doubled, turning her pain into legacy. Your declaration of 55 marks your readiness to see pain transformed into legacy, barrenness into fruitfulness, waiting into fulfillment. Do not underestimate this act. You may think, it's only a number, but faith often looks small in action, while massive in impact. Moses lifted a rod, and the sea parted. Joshua marched around walls, and Jericho fell. A boy offered loaves and fish, and thousands were fed. What seems small in your hand becomes mighty in God's. Typing 5, the 5th of May, looks simple, but it is your step into alignment. Remember also, numbers are not magic, they are markers. They remind you of what God has already promised. When you see 55, let it whisper to your soul, grace is here, favor is doubled, my path is opening. Oh, and let me tell you this, double grace is not just about blessings flowing to you, but blessings flowing through you. As grace multiplies in your life, it will overflow into others. Your story will become a river of encouragement. Your testimony, a door for those still waiting in hidden seasons. You will not only walk in grace, you will carry it. So today, pause for a moment. Let your spirit grasp the weight of this season. Breathe deeply and know you are not late. You are not forgotten. You are not stuck. You are aligning with heaven's rhythm, and that rhythm is singing a number over you. 55. Type it. Declare it. Believe it. Let it be the marker on your journey that says, here is where grace doubled. Here is where favor multiplied. Here is where I stepped into alignment with heaven's time. And your life is not small. Your story is not random. And your season is not delayed. Heaven's calendar is opening before you, and it bears this inscription, double grace, From wilderness to stage, that is the journey you are stepping into now. The wilderness was never meant to be permanent. It was a proving ground, a place of shaping and stripping, where distractions were removed and truth was revealed. But there comes a moment when the wilderness gives way to visibility, when the one trained in secret is revealed in public. That moment is arriving for you. The wilderness has always been the pattern of God's chosen. Moses lived 40 years in Midian before he ever stood before Pharaoh. David wandered caves before he ever sat on the throne. John the Baptist grew in the wilderness until the day of his public appearance. Even Jesus himself was led into the wilderness before his ministry began. The wilderness is where heaven hides its treasures until the appointed time. We are reminded through the writings of Deuteronomy, chapter 8, verse 2. Remember how the Lord your God led you all the way in the wilderness these 40 years, to humble and test you in order to know what was in your heart, whether or not you would keep his commands. Notice the purpose: to humble, to test, to reveal the heart. The wilderness was never about punishment, it was about preparation. It stripped away false supports, revealing whether your faith was built on shifting sand or on the unshakable rock of God. In the wilderness, you learned endurance. You discovered how to walk when paths were unclear. You found strength in silence, faith in scarcity, and vision in solitude. These are treasures that can only be forged in hidden places. The wilderness carved resilience into your soul, but the time comes when the hidden one steps forward. Just as John emerged from the desert to baptize crowds in the Jordan, you are emerging. Just as David stepped out of caves into the courts of kings, you will step out. What looked like isolation was incubation, and incubation always leads to birth. Think of a seed once more, buried deep, unseen, pressed by soil. It seems insignificant, yet the day comes when it pierces the surface, pushing into the light. The world marvels at the sprout, forgetting the silent months underground. But the sprout knows its strength was born in darkness. Your wilderness has been your soil, and now your growth will be visible. Or imagine an actor rehearsing backstage. The lights are dim, the curtain closed, the audience unaware. Every line is practiced, every movement refined, though no applause is heard. Then suddenly, the curtain rises, and the same one who was invisible becomes the focus of all eyes. That is your story. The wilderness was your rehearsal. Now the curtain is lifting. The stage you are stepping onto is not about performance, it is about purpose. You are not being unveiled to entertain, but to impact. Not to impress, but to illuminate. The fire you carry, the wisdom forged in silence, the scars that testify of survival, these are not for display, but for service. And understand this: the stage will not change who you are. It will only reveal what was always inside you. Fame may inflate others, but the wilderness has already humbled you. Power may corrupt others, but the wilderness has already purified you. Visibility will not undo your training, it will confirm it. It may feel daunting. After years of hiddenness, stepping into the open can be overwhelming. But remember, you are not stepping out unprepared. You are stepping out with roots deep, faith steady, and vision clear. The wilderness has made you ready. This unveiling will also expose contrasts. Those who doubted you will see evidence they cannot deny. Those who misunderstood you will witness clarity. Those who rejected you will watch as you rise, but your heart will not burn with vengeance. Because the wilderness taught you compassion, you will not use the stage to prove critics wrong, you will use it to prove God right. There will be new pressures in visibility. Crowds will watch. Voices will rise. Demands will grow. But remember, the discipline you learned in hiddenness, the same God who sustained you in caves will sustain you on stages. The same whisper you heard in silence will guide you in the noise. Let me paint this picture. A candle in a dark room glows gently, seen by few, but placed on a hill. The same flame becomes a beacon for miles. The flame has not changed. It is the placement that has shifted. That is what is happening in your life. You are being set on a hill, not because the flame is different, but because the world now needs its light. And do not despise the wilderness, even as you leave it. Carry its lessons with you. Its silence taught you to hear. Its scarcity taught you to trust. Its isolation taught you to stand. These are gifts you must not forget. For the stage without the wilderness leads to pride, but the stage with the wilderness leads to glory. This is your moment of emergence. Heaven is calling your name. The curtain is rising. The soil is breaking. The wilderness is giving way. Step forward, not in fear, but in faith. Step forward, not to boast in yourself, but to display the one who sustained you. Step forward, because the world is waiting, and your time has come. From wilderness to stage, your journey is shifting, and the unveiling is about to begin. The world will not simply see a person, they will see a testimony. Every scar will shine as proof of survival. Every lesson as evidence of wisdom. Every step as a declaration of faithfulness. You will not stand on that stage empty. You will stand carrying treasures gathered in wilderness nights. And as your life becomes visible, others, still wandering their deserts, will find hope. They will look at you and whisper, "If the wilderness could not stop them, it will not stop me." That is the greater purpose of your emergence, not just your freedom, but the freedom of many. The sound of recognition is rising. For so long, your name was spoken only in private prayers, whispered in hidden places, carried in the quiet halls of heaven. But now, that same name is being carried into spaces you never imagined, spoken in rooms you have not yet entered, remembered by people you did not even know were watching. This is the shift that happens when heaven announces your unveiling. Recognition follows. Recognition is not about fame or popularity. It is not about applause or approval. It is about visibility for the sake of purpose. It is about your light finally breaking through the shadows so that those who need it can find their way. Recognition is not vanity, it is assignment. Think about David again. For years he sang songs to sheep, melodies carried only by the hills and the winds. His harp echoed in empty fields, and no one applauded. But one day, his music was carried into the palace. Saul needed comfort, and someone remembered. There is a son of Jesse who plays skillfully. David's name, unknown to the masses, was suddenly remembered in the king's court. His recognition was not for entertainment, it was to bring peace to a troubled spirit. As it is written in the book of Proverbs, chapter 18, verse 16, "A gift opens the way and ushers the giver into the presence of the great." Oh, your gift is doing the same. What you thought was hidden is now becoming a doorway. The words you spoke in secret, the kindness you gave when no one noticed, The prayers you lifted when no one thanked you, these have been seeds. And now they are opening doors. Recognition often comes suddenly, but it is never sudden in heaven's eyes. It is the harvest of years of hidden planting. Joseph interpreted dreams in prison long before he interpreted Pharaoh's. Esther was faithful in obscurity before she was remembered in the palace. Even Jesus, hidden in Nazareth for 30 years, was suddenly recognized when the heavens opened at his baptism. "This is my beloved Son, with whom I am well pleased." Recognition may look sudden to others, but it is simply the unveiling of what was always true. Picture a bell tower. For years the bell hangs in silence, unseen, unnoticed, collecting dust. But when the moment arrives, a hand pulls the rope, and its sound rings out across valleys and villages. Suddenly, people lift their heads and say, "The bell is ringing." That is recognition. It is the moment your sound is heard, the moment your presence cannot be ignored. Recognition also carries responsibility. When your voice begins to echo beyond familiar rooms, you must remember that it is not about your name, but His name. The sound of recognition is a tool, not a trophy. It is a means for your calling to reach further, not a pedestal for ego. This is why the wilderness was necessary, so that when recognition comes, you will carry it with humility. At times, recognition may even feel uncomfortable. After years of invisibility, the sudden gaze of others can feel heavy. You may feel unworthy, uncertain, even exposed. But remember this, you are not being recognized for perfection. You are being recognized for perseverance. People are not drawn to flawless lives, they are drawn to authentic ones. Your scars speak louder than your strengths, because they carry stories that others can relate to. Think of a lamp placed in a window at night. Passers-by do not stop to admire the glass or the shade. They stop because the light within breaks the darkness around them. Your recognition will work the same way. It will not be about how polished you appear, but about the light inside you that refuses to be hidden. There will be those who misunderstand your recognition. Some may envy it. Others may question it. Do not waste your energy explaining yourself. Remember Jesus when crowds gathered. He did not live for their approval, nor did he crumble under their criticism. He stayed focused on his mission. Recognition is a sound, but it must never become your compass. Your compass is still the whisper of God. Recognition also brings multiplication. The more your life becomes visible, the more it awakens courage in others. Someone watching from the shadows will see you and think, if they can rise, so can I. Someone carrying silent dreams will hear your name and remember their own. Recognition is contagious. It spreads hope, courage, and faith to those who witness it. And here is the beauty. Heaven recognizes you before earth does. The sound of recognition begins in the throne room. Angels whisper your name. The Father smiles over your obedience. The Spirit announces your readiness. Earth is simply catching up to what heaven has already declared. When you feel the shift, remember this, it did not begin with people noticing you. It began with God appointing you. Your recognition may not come with loud announcements. Sometimes it comes in subtle ways, an unexpected invitation, a new opportunity, a sudden connection. Other times it comes like a flood, with doors flying open and voices calling your name. However it arrives, trust that it will come at the precise moment you are ready. neither too early nor too late. So listen closely now. Can you hear it? The sound is faint, but rising, the recognition of who you are, of what you carry, of the light you cannot hide. It is echoing in places you have never been, preparing hearts that will one day receive you, aligning circumstances that will soon unfold before your eyes. Walk with confidence, not because recognition is your goal, but because recognition is the fruit of obedience. Continue to be faithful. Continue to be authentic. Continue to carry the fire you received in the wilderness. The sound is growing louder, and soon the world will not only hear it, they will see it in you. The world will watch. That is what is about to unfold in your journey. For so long, your story was tucked away in shadows, understood only by you and heaven. The pain you endured, the prayers you whispered, the faith you carried in silence, none of it was wasted. Now, the same world that overlooked you will bear witness to what God has done in you. This is not about spectacle or performance. It is about testimony. When light is revealed, darkness has no choice but to retreat. When truth rises, li dissolve. When a chosen one steps forward, the world cannot look away. They may not understand you, but they will see you, and what they see will point them back to the one who never left you in your wilderness. Consider Joseph, once betrayed, enslaved, and imprisoned. His story looked hopeless. Yet in one day, the dungeon gave way to the palace, and the world watched as the prisoner became a ruler. People who once mocked his dreams now bowed before the reality of them. That is the shift that happens when God unveils his chosen. The private tears become public testimony. The scriptures say in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 14, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden." This is what it means to be seen, not to be celebrated for vanity's sake, but to shine in a way that guides others. Your life is a hilltop city, visible from afar. The world will not just see you, they will find direction in the light you carry. Think of a stage. The curtain has been closed for so long. The audience sits waiting, murmuring, wondering what is behind it. Then, in one swift moment, the curtain rises, and what was hidden is revealed. That is where you are now. The curtain of your life is lifting, and the world will finally watch. Or imagine a painting covered by a cloth in a gallery. For months, the artist has worked in secret, blending colors, shaping strokes, creating beauty in silence. Then the cloth is pulled away, and the crowd gasps at the masterpiece before them. You are that canvas. Your unveiling is not about showing yourself, it is about displaying the artist who painted your life with grace. The world watching does not mean you will live without opposition. Light attracts both seekers and critics. Some will celebrate your rise, others will question it, and a few will resist it. But remember, the light is not for them to approve, it is for them to see. Recognition does not require permission. It only requires obedience. Now, as I speak this over you, I want to gently invite you into something symbolic, something deeper than a routine call to action. Like this message, share it, and subscribe. But do not see these as digital tasks. See them as living metaphors of your season. To like is to place your hand upon the flame and say, I agree with this fire. It burns in me too. It is like striking a match to add your own spark to the growing blaze. To share is to become a messenger. It is like carrying a torch through the night and passing it to another traveler who has lost their way. Your decision to share is not obligation, it is legacy. It says, "I will not keep this light to myself. I will let others see too." To subscribe is to take your seat in the unfolding story. It is like entering a great theater, not as a stranger wandering in, but as one who says, "I will not miss the next act. I will walk this journey to the end." And if you choose to comment, let your words carry weight. Write a simple phrase, "I see the light." Do not think of it as a mere comment on a screen. Think of it as raising a lantern into the sky, signaling to others across the darkness, "I am awake. I recognize the unveiling. I will not hide my light." These actions are not demands. They are invitations. They are symbols, woven into the fabric of your story. Each one is a choice of alignment, a prophetic act dressed in the simplicity of digital steps. And yet, when done with sincerity, they echo in eternity. Because here is the truth. The world is watching, but heaven is too. Every click, every word, every gesture is seen not only by men, but by the one who called you. And when you align, even in the smallest ways, you remind yourself that you are part of something larger, something eternal. So let the world watch. Let them see the scars that became songs, the wounds that became wisdom, the struggles that became strength. Let them see the fire in your eyes and the gentleness in your heart. Let them see what God can do with someone who refused to quit in the wilderness. And when they see, may they whisper what the psalmist once declared, "This is the Lord's doing. It is marvelous in our eyes." Well, you are not stepping into visibility by accident. This is not chance. It is destiny unfolding. And the world is about to witness it. They will watch as you walk with dignity, not arrogance. They will watch as you carry peace in storms and humility in success. And in watching, some will find their own courage, realizing that if God could lift you, He can lift them too. Your unveiling is not the end of the story, it is the beginning of a greater chapter. The world watching is not about your glory, but about God's glory shining through you. Every step you take forward will echo like a beacon for those still wandering in darkness. So do not fear their gaze. Do not shrink under their eyes. You were born for this moment. You endured the hidden years, the wilderness, the rejection, precisely so that when the world did watch, they would not just see you, they would see the one who has been with you all along. The weight of glory is unlike any other weight you have carried. The earlier seasons of your life pressed you down with burdens of rejection, delay, and misunderstanding. Those weights felt crushing, like stones piled upon your shoulders. But this new weight is different. It is not the heaviness of sorrow, it is the substance of heaven resting on you. It is the weight that transforms you from ordinary into extraordinary, from hidden into unveiled. Glory is not a shallow brightness. It is not simply the applause of people or the shine of success. Glory is the radiance of God's presence resting on a life that has been tested and proven faithful. It is the fragrance that lingers after you have walked through fire but were not consumed. It is the evidence that you have been with Him. The Apostle Paul writes in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 17, "For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that outweighs them all. That is the mystery. You thought your troubles were unbearable, yet compared to the glory now forming in you, they were light. The weight you carry now is not crushing you, it is crowning you. Think of a crown forged of pure gold. Gold is not formed quickly. It is dug from the earth, refined in fire, beaten into shape, and polished until it gleams. The process is harsh, but the result is priceless. That is what your journey has been. Every rejection was a strike of the hammer. Every trial, a moment in the furnace. Every delay, a polishing cloth. And now, the crown of glory rests upon you. Or picture the weight of a garment made for royalty. When a robe is placed upon a king's shoulders, it feels heavy at first, because it is woven with richness, layered with value. But that heaviness is also honor. You are not crushed by the garment, you are dignified by it. The weight of glory feels heavy only because it is holy. This glory cannot be counterfeited. Some try to imitate it with outward performance, with borrowed words, with polished appearances. But true glory cannot be faked. It comes only from intimacy with God, from years in hidden places where you learned His whisper, from nights of tears where you clung to Him alone. Glory is the evidence of His nearness, and no human effort can replicate it. There is also a responsibility in carrying glory. Just as the Ark of the Covenant carried God's presence in Israel, so your life becomes an ark, a vessel of His presence. That is why the wilderness was necessary, to prepare you so that you could carry this without arrogance or recklessness. The ark could not be touched casually, and neither can this mantle of glory. It demands reverence, humility, and stewardship. But do not confuse responsibility with fear. This weight is not a burden meant to crush you. It is a sign that God trusts you. He would not place this upon your shoulders if He did not know you could carry it. The very fact that you feel the weight of glory is proof of His confidence in you. Imagine a tree heavy with fruit. Its branches bend, not because they are weak, but because they are full. The weight does not signal failure. It signals abundance. In the same way, your life may feel stretched under the new responsibilities, but that stretching is proof that fruit is ready for harvest. The weight you feel is the pull of abundance. Think also of the ocean. The deeper you go, the heavier the water presses upon you. Yet in that depth lies beauty, unseen on the surface. Creatures, colors, mysteries that only exist in weight. Glory works the same way. The deeper you go with God, the heavier His presence rests on you, and the more beauty emerges that cannot be seen in shallow waters. This weight of glory will distinguish you. People may not be able to explain it, but they will sense it. They will feel peace when you walk into a room, courage when you speak, clarity when you act, not because of your charisma, but because of the weight you carry. Glory does not need explanation. It announces itself. But remember this, glory is not for hoarding. It is not a jewel to be locked away in pride. It is meant to be reflected. When Moses descended from Mount Sinai, his face shone so brightly that the people could see the residue of God's presence. Your life will be the same. Glory is not about you being seen. It is about Him being revealed through you. And yes, this weight will change how people relate to you. Some will be drawn, sensing life and hope. Others will pull away, unsettled by the light. That is natural. Glory divides it, attracts the hungry and unsettles the proud. Do not take it personally. The response of others is not a reflection of your worth, but of their readiness. So embrace this weight with gratitude. Do not fear it. Do not resist it. Let it anchor you. Let it remind you of how far you have come from the wilderness to recognition, from hiddenness to unveiling. The weight you feel now is proof that the season has shifted, and as you carry this weight, do not forget to rest. Even glory requires balance. Jesus himself, though carrying the fullness of God, often withdrew to quiet places. He knew that to carry weight well, one must remain rooted in intimacy. Let your strength flow, not from your efforts, but from His presence. This is your hour. The weight of glory rests upon you, not as punishment, but as proof. It is heavy because it is holy. And as you walk forward, the world will not just see a survivor, they will see a vessel crowned with glory, a torchbearer carrying heaven's fire into the earth. The unveiling of identity is one of the greatest shifts you will ever experience. For much of your life, you wore names that were not yours, labels given by circumstances, titles assigned by others, even lies whispered by the enemy. You were called forgotten, unworthy, too much, or not enough. You carried these names quietly, sometimes even believing them, but none of those names ever defined you. They were shadows, not substance. Identity in God is not discovered through applause or recognition. It is uncovered in the stillness of His presence. The moment you hear Him speak your true name, every false label begins to fall away. He does not call you by your failures, nor by your wounds. He calls you by destiny. He looks at Gideon, hiding in fear, and calls him mighty warrior. He looks at Simon, unstable like shifting sand, and calls him Peter, the rock. He looks at you and calls you by the name He wrote before the foundations of the earth. The prophet Isaiah recorded in chapter 43, verse 1, "Fear not, for I have redeemed you. I have called you by name. You are mine." Now, this is the essence of unveiling, being called by your true name, not the one the world gave you, not the one your mistakes suggested, but the one written in heaven's scrolls. When identity is unveiled, confusion lifts. You no longer stumble, wondering who you are or where you belong. You know, you stand anchored, unshaken, unafraid. Imagine a sculpture hidden beneath a block of marble. To the casual eye, it looks like nothing but a stone, but the artist knows what is hidden inside. With each strike of the chisel, pieces fall away. It is not destruction, it is revelation. At last, the true form emerges, and everyone marvels at what was always there. That is how God unveils your identity. The wilderness, the trials, the rejection, each was a chisel removing lies, revealing the masterpiece within. Think of a mask worn for years. At first it feels awkward, but over time it clings so tightly you almost forget it is there. Then one day, the mask is removed, and fresh air touches your face. That moment of exposure feels both terrifying and liberating. Terrifying, because you feel vulnerable. Liberating, because for the first time, you are fully yourself. That is the unveiling happening in you now. The mask of false identity is falling, and your true face is shining. Identity unveiled does not make you someone new. It reveals who you have always been. The seed of it was in you all along. Others may say, "You've changed." But in reality, you are finally aligned with who you were created to be. The unveiling simply exposes the truth. This shift also alters how you see your past. The mistakes that once defined you now become testimonies of grace. The wounds that once named you now become proof of healing. The seasons that once shamed you now become chapters in a redemption story. Identity transforms everything. It rewrites the meaning of your history and gives purpose to your future. But identity is not just about knowing who you are. It is also about knowing who you are not. You are not what people projected onto you. You are not your lowest moment. You are not the fears that haunted you or the doubts that crippled you. You are not bound by the curses spoken over your family line. You are not destined to repeat cycles of failure. The unveiling exposes these lies for what they are, chains that have already been broken. There will be resistance to your unveiling. Some will struggle to accept the new you because they benefited from your smallness. Others will question your confidence, mistaking it for arrogance. But remember, identity is not up for debate. It is not subject to human approval. When heaven names you, no one can unname you. As your identity is unveiled, notice how your posture changes. You no longer bow to fear or shrink under criticism. You stand tall, not in pride, but in truth. The lies lose their grip, the labels lose their sting, and the shadows lose their power. You walk as one who knows where they belong, who knows whose they are. This is the unveiling of identity. It is the moment when your reflection finally matches your design. It is the moment when heaven's declaration silences every other voice. And from this place, you step not only into clarity, but also into authority. Your unveiled identity also brings alignment with your assignment. When you know who you are, you no longer chase opportunities that do not belong to you. You no longer waste time proving yourself to people who cannot see you. You no longer wander down paths that lead nowhere. Instead, you walk with precision. You recognize which doors carry your name and which ones are distractions. This clarity gives you peace. Where you once felt anxious, trying to fit into roles that never matched your spirit, you now rest. You do not have to strive to be accepted, because you already know you are chosen. You do not have to fight to be seen, because you understand you were always known by heaven. The unveiling allows you to breathe again, to live authentically, to step into rooms without fear of rejection. Because your worth does not come from the room, it comes from the one who sent you there. And here is the beauty. When you live from unveiled identity, others begin to find theirs too. Your courage becomes contagious. Your authenticity gives permission. Your confidence in God becomes a mirror, showing them what is possible. The unveiling of one chosen one sparks the awakening of many. So hold fast to your true name. Let it echo louder than every false word. Wear it boldly, not as a mask, but as your crown. You are no longer hidden under labels that never belonged to you. You are unveiled, established, and marked by heaven's identity. There is a rhythm in the spirit, a pulse that has been beating over your life long before you realized it. Seasons may have shifted, storms may have come, people may have left, but that rhythm has never stopped. It is the steady beat of heaven's timing, aligning your steps with divine purpose. You may have thought you were wandering, but in truth, You were walking in cadence with eternity. Numbers, in the language of heaven, are not random. They are markers of alignment, reminders that your story is not chaotic, it is orchestrated. Just as the stars are set in constellations and the seas have boundaries, so too your life has been written with order. And in this season, heaven is pressing a number upon your heart as a seal, a reminder, a prophetic act of agreement. It is written in the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 1, "There is a time for everything, and a season for every activity under the heavens." You see, your story has been carefully timed. What felt delayed was preparation. What felt sudden was divine acceleration. What felt like loss was repositioning. And all of it has been leading you to now a moment of alignment where heaven whispers, "You are stepping into your appointed season." The number for this moment is 66. Why 66? Because 6 represents humanity, weakness, and limitation. It is the reminder of what you cannot do in your own strength. But doubled. 66 speaks of transformation. It means your weakness covered twice by grace, your limitations surrounded by God's sufficiency. It is humanity met with heaven, frailty met with favor. It is the number of God saying, "Where you end, I begin, and I will cover you again and again." When you type 66 inches the comments, you are not simply writing digits, you are proclaiming alignment. You are declaring, "I step into my season covered by double grace, double protection, double purpose." My humanity is not a hindrance, it is the canvas for God's strength. 1. Think of Jacob. He limped after wrestling with God. To others, the limp may have looked like weakness, but it was actually his mark of transformation. He was no longer just Jacob, the deceiver. He was Israel, the one who wrestles with God and prevails. The limp was not shame, it was evidence of glory. In the same way, 66 is your declaration that your weakness will become your testimony. Your frailty, your fire, your scars, your strength. Or imagine clay in the hands of the potter. On its own, the clay is formless, fragile, easily broken, but when pressed, shaped, and fired in the kiln, it becomes a vessel of beauty and purpose. 66 is that picture, human weakness molded and remade by the skill of the Creator until it becomes unbreakable. Your life has not been random. Every tear, every waiting season, every hidden year, they are chapters in a story that heaven has authored. When you declare 66, you are saying, "I trust the author. I embrace the rhythm of his timing. I align with his story, not my own." Think also of Esther. For years she was hidden, unknown, one among many. But at the appointed time, the king extended his scepter, and her true assignment was revealed. Her unveiling was not chance, it was timing. Heaven had written her moment long before she stepped into it. When you write 66, you are stepping into that same agreement with timing. You are declaring that your unveiling is not random, it is appointed. And let me remind you, chosen one, timing is not just about when, it is also about how. The rhythm of God ensures not only that you arrive, but that you arrive ready. A fruit picked too early is sour. A fruit picked too late is spoiled. But fruit picked in season nourishes many. You are that fruit. You are ripening not by accident, but by the rhythm of heaven's hand. So today, lift your head. Let go of the anxiety that whispers, "I am late." Silence the fear that says, "I missed it." Heaven's timing is perfect, and the seal of this season is written in this number, 66. Type it with faith. Declare it with confidence. Let your fingers become the echo of your spirit, saying, "I am aligned. I am covered. I am stepping into my appointed time." And as you declare it, watch how peace fills you. Watch how anxiety loosens its grip. Watch how hope rises again. For this is not just about numbers on a screen, it is about alignment with eternity's rhythm. A rhythm that has been carrying you all along. You are not behind. You are not forgotten. You are exactly where you need to be. And the number 66 is your prophetic marker. A stone of remembrance on the path of destiny. The power of 66 also reminds you that destiny is not carried by perfection, but by persistence. Twice, the 6 means twice, the reminder that God does not require you to be flawless. He requires you to remain. When you stumble, His grace steadies you. When you falter, His hand lifts you. When you feel too human, He covers you with what is divine. So each time you see 66, let it echo this truth. My humanity is not my failure, it is my testimony. God's strength is revealed through my weakness, and His timing is revealed through my journey. In this revelation, you can walk forward without fear, fully embraced, fully aligned, fully covered. The anointing always flows after the crushing. Oil is never produced without pressure. Grapes must be pressed. Olives must be crushed. Seeds must be broken before they release what is hidden inside. The beauty of the chosen life is that what once felt like destruction was actually extraction. God was drawing out of you what could never have surfaced in comfort. Anointing is not a shallow idea. It is the empowerment of God's Spirit resting on a life, equipping it to do what human strength cannot. It is what turned ordinary fishermen into apostles who turned the world upside down. It is what transformed a shepherd boy's harp into a weapon that silenced tormenting spirits. It is what carried prophets to speak words that outlived empires. And it is what now rests on you. The Word of God declares in the first letter of John, chapter 2, verse 20, "But you have an anointing from the Holy One, and all of you know the truth." No, this anointing is not confined to stages or pulpits. It is not limited to temples or titles. It flows wherever you walk. Because it is not about the place, it is about the presence. When the anointing rests on you, your words carry unusual weight. Your touch brings comfort that others cannot explain. Your very presence shifts the atmosphere. Because heaven has marked you as a vessel. Think of oil poured on the head of Aaron. It did not stay neatly on his hair. It flowed down his beard, onto his robes, all the way to the hem of his garments. The anointing you carry is not meant to stay contained. It will spill over into your family, your friendships, your community. Those near you will taste the overflow, even if they do not understand the source. This is why your crushing had to happen. Without it, the oil would remain locked inside. Every betrayal squeezed compassion out of you. Every rejection pressed humility deeper into your spirit. Every delay stretched your endurance until it became unbreakable. Now the oil flows, not in spite of the crushing, but because of it. Imagine a jar of perfume sealed tightly. Its fragrance is trapped until the seal is broken. Once broken, the aroma fills the room, changing the atmosphere for everyone present. You are that jar. The breaking you endured was the opening of your life, so that the fragrance of heaven could be released through you. The anointing also teaches you. It reveals truth in ways that logic alone cannot explain. When the Spirit of God rests on you, you discern motives beyond words. You perceive opportunities hidden in ordinary moments. You recognize the hand of God where others see coincidence. This is not because you are more intelligent. It is because heaven's oil sharpens your vision. But with anointing comes responsibility. Oil attracts attention, both good and bad. Some will be drawn to the fragrance of your life. Others will envy it. Some will find healing through your words. Others will resist the conviction it brings. Do not let either reaction sway you. The anointing is not given for popularity, but for purpose. Remember David again. He was anointed while still a shepherd. The oil marked him long before he wore a crown, and after the oil flowed, he returned to the fields. Because anointing is not about rushing, it is about readiness. Do not despise the gradual unfolding of your story. Anointing is received in a moment, but it is revealed over a lifetime. Think also of Jesus in the synagogue of Nazareth. He read from Isaiah, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor." That moment was not just a declaration of power, it was the unveiling of assignment. In the same way, your anointing is not random. It is tied to specific people, places, and purposes. It equips you for the very path God has set before you. The anointing breaks yokes. This is its most powerful function. What others cannot escape. What families have carried for generations. What systems declare unchangeable, the anointing shatters in a moment. When you walk in the oil of heaven, chains lose their grip. The impossible bows. Darkness flees. This is not because of you, but because of the Spirit flowing through you. At times, you may feel unworthy of this oil. You may think, "Who am I to carry something so holy?" But remember, the oil was never about your perfection. It was always about His choice. The same God who chose fishermen, tax collectors, and shepherds has chosen you. Your past does not disqualify you. In fact, it becomes the very place where oil flows most freely. Do not hide the anointing out of fear. Oil was never meant to be stored in jars forever. It must be poured, shared, multiplied. The more you release it, the more it flows. The more you give, the more you receive. This is the paradox of the Spirit. You cannot run dry if you keep pouring. So let the crushing no longer intimidate you. Let the scars no longer shame you. Let the oil flow without restraint, because when it does, lives will change, atmospheres will shift, and the very world around you will feel the evidence of heaven's touch. You are anointed, not for smallness, not for hiding, not for silence. You are anointed for impact, for transformation, for the breaking of chains. Carry this oil with reverence, but also with boldness. It was placed upon you for such a time as this. And never forget, oil is recognized by its fragrance. Even when you try to stay unnoticed, the anointing reveals itself. People may not understand why they feel peace near you, why hope stirs when you speak, why heaviness lifts when you arrive, but it is the oil. This fragrance is your testimony, the silent evidence that heaven's hand is upon you, guiding you, empowering you, and setting you apart for works that will outlive your lifetime. You are stepping into a season of visibility where the things that once hid you can no longer contain you. The shadows are giving way, and the lamp of your life is being placed on a stand. This is not about self-exaltation, it is about fulfillment. For years, you carried promises quietly, whispers that no one else heard, dreams that others dismissed. Yet the time has come when those same promises will stand visible, undeniable, radiant. Visibility can be intimidating. After walking in silence for so long, you may feel the weight of new eyes watching, new voices commenting, new expectations pressing. But remember, you are not stepping forward empty-handed. You carry scars that have become songs, battles that have become blueprints, tears that have become rivers of oil. Visibility is not about starting over, it is about revealing what was already within. The scriptures remind us in the book of Psalms, chapter 34, verse 5, "Those who look to him are radiant, their faces are never covered with shame." Your unveiling is not about shame, but about radiance. Shame hides, radiance shines. The glory resting on you now will not expose your flaws, it will reveal his faithfulness. And the world watching will not simply see a person, they will see a testimony, a vessel, a flame. Think of a lighthouse again, alone on the cliff. It might look isolated, but its light reaches far beyond itself. Ships tossed in storms find their direction by that solitary glow. That is what your visibility will do, guide others home. Or picture a seedling finally breaking through the soil. For months, it was buried, unseen, dismissed as dead. But beneath the surface, roots were forming, strength was building, life was preparing. When the shoot emerges, it is not weak, it is ready. Your visibility is that emergence. What looked delayed is simply right on time. Now, as you embrace this season, I want to invite you into a symbolic act of connection. Like this message, share it, and subscribe, but see these not as buttons, rather as living parables of your journey. To like is to place a brick upon a rising wall. Every brick may look small, but together they build a fortress of faith that shelters many. When you press that button, you are not just agreeing, you are building. To share is to release a bird into the sky, carrying a message far beyond what your feet can reach. Someone in silence may hear its song and find hope again because you let it fly. To subscribe is to pitch your tent around the fire. It is more than passing by, it is choosing to stay. To warm your heart with the flames, and to journey with those who gather here. It is saying, "This is my camp. I belong to this light." Oh, and if generosity rises in you, picture it as pouring fresh wood upon the fire. The blaze already burns, but your offering makes it roar higher, warmer, and brighter for every soul still walking through the night. But hear me clearly, none of these actions are demands. They are invitations. Just as the prophet once invited the widow to pour out her last jar of oil, not to take from her, but to multiply her blessing, so too these choices are opportunities, not obligations. Whether you act or not, your worth is unchanged. You remain chosen, marked, radiant, because ultimately, this moment is about you stepping into the light. The world will watch as you shine, but heaven will smile because you endured. You endured the silence, the rejection, the delay, the crushing, and now you stand not empty, but full of oil, full of fire, full of testimony. Do not be afraid of the eyes that will watch. Their gaze cannot diminish you. It can only amplify what God has already placed within you. Some will celebrate, others may criticize, but neither defines you. Only the one who called you holds that authority. So let your light shine without hesitation. Let your scars sing without shame. Let your voice rise without fear. You are visible now, not for vanity, but for victory. The world will see, and in seeing, many will remember that they too carry light, that they too are chosen, that they too can rise. And as they see you, may their hearts whisper what has been true of you all along. This is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes. Oh, and know this, when you step into the light, you do not step alone. Every act of faith, every whisper of prayer, every moment of trust has joined you to a lineage of those who also carried fire. You are part of a greater procession, a river of chosen ones who refused to let darkness win. The curtain that once concealed you is gone. What was quiet will now be heard. What was hidden will now be revealed. The lamp of your life is lifted, and its glow will not only guide you, but also those who have been waiting for someone to shine ahead of them. And if fear whispers, remember, it was never about perfection, only obedience. The light does not shine because the lamp is flawless. It shines because the flame is alive. Your flame is alive. That is enough. Sorrise. Chosen. 1. Step into the open, carrying the scars, the oil, the lessons, and the glory. Let the world see, not for your sake, but for His. Let your light be the living proof that no wilderness can waste you. No crushing can cancel you, nor darkness can silence you. You were hidden for a season, but now the world will watch as the masterpiece is unveiled. There comes a point in every chosen one's journey when silence is no longer an option. For years, you have carried words in your heart that felt too heavy to release. You endured seasons where your voice was ignored, where your prayers seemed to echo back unanswered, where your story felt locked inside you. But now, heaven is declaring it is time to speak. The enemy always attacks your voice because your words carry power. From the very beginning, creation itself responded to words. Let there be light, and light burst forth. Your voice may not create galaxies, but it carries the breath of testimony, the sound of survival, the resonance of truth that can break chains in someone else's life. That is why silence pressed so heavily on you, because darkness feared the sound of your unveiling. As the prophet Jeremiah recorded in chapter 20, verse 9, "But if I say, I will not mention His word, or speak any more in His name, His word is in my heart like a fire shut up in my bones. I am weary of holding it in. Indeed, I cannot. This fire is rising in you now. You can feel it in your chest. A burning you cannot ignore. It is the fire of testimony, the flame of destiny, the roar of purpose. No longer will you remain muted. Your voice is about to echo beyond your private prayers and hidden journals. It will sound in places you never imagined. Picture a trumpet lying silent in a dark room. Dust gathers on its brass. The air feels still, and silence reigns. Then, one breath fills its chamber, and the blast shatters the quiet. That is your voice. It may have seemed dormant, but the moment God's breath fills you, silence will break and the sound will resound. Or think of a bird trapped in a cage. For a long time, it flutters in silence, wings clipped by confinement. But once the door swings open, the song bursts forth, raw and uncontainable. That song is your testimony. That cage was never your destiny. Your words will not only bring freedom to others, they will remind you of your own. Speaking releases healing. Speaking affirms truth. Speaking uproots lies. Every time you speak, the atmosphere shifts. Chains weaken, and faith rises. This is why the enemy tried to keep you quiet, because once you roar, you cannot be stopped. But the roar is not just loudness, it is authority. Authority does not need volume, it needs conviction. You may whisper and still break chains, because your words carry weight, born of experience and sanctified by fire. And now I want to invite you into a prophetic act. In the comments, write the simple phrase, "The fire speaks." And why this phrase? Because it is more than a declaration, it is identity. You are not speaking from wounds alone, but from the fire that has refined you. Your voice is not just noise, it is flame. And flame consumes, warms, illuminates, and purifies. When you type those words, you are saying, "I agree with heaven's fire inside me. I will not hide it anymore. I will release it." Imagine thousands writing the same phrase, each one a spark joining another, until it becomes a blazing wildfire across the land. That is what happens when chosen ones declare together. It is not just symbolic, it is prophetic. Your voice may feel small at first. You may think, who will listen? Who will care? But remember the mustard seed, small in size, yet mighty in growth. Your single declaration can spark transformation in someone on the edge of despair. Never underestimate the reach of one flame in the dark. And when you declare, "The fire speaks," let it not only be words typed on a screen. Let it become a lifestyle. Speak life where death hovers. Speak hope where despair lingers. Speak truth where lies dominate. Speak courage where fear shouts. Every time you open your mouth, remember, you are carrying fire. The world does not need more noise, it needs more fire. And your fire is unique. No one else can carry your testimony, your scars, your story. No one else can release the sound born in your bones. That is why your silence was so costly, and why your roar will be so priceless. There will be resistance. Voices will try to mock you. Critics will attempt to silence you. Fear will whisper, "Stay quiet." But the fire within will not let you, even if you try to retreat. The burning will compel you forward. This is the season where your sound becomes a weapon, not a weapon of harm, but of healing, not a weapon of destruction, but of breakthrough. Your roar will tear through chains and announce freedom not only for yourself, but for many others. So, speak boldly, speak authentically, speak even trembling, because courage is not the absence of fear, It is moving forward despite it. Heaven does not require polished words, only surrendered ones. And as you lift your voice, remember, the fire speaks through you. You are not alone. The same God who breathed words into Jeremiah, who gave Moses a voice though he stuttered, who filled Esther's silence with courage, is the same God, now igniting your tongue. Type it now. The fire speaks. Let it echo in your heart. Let it remind you every time you are tempted to shrink back. Let it rise every time silence tries to creep in. For you are a chosen one, and chosen ones are never meant to be silent. When you declare, the fire speaks, you are not only affirming your destiny, you are reminding darkness that its silence no longer owns you. Fire does not whisper apology. Fire proclaims truth. And every time you release that truth, it pushes back the night a little further. Your words become torches for wanderers, warmth for the weary, and sparks that ignite courage in those who thought their flame was gone forever. There is a sacredness to the scars you carry. For so long, you may have tried to hide them, covering them beneath smiles, burying them under busyness, or silencing them in secrecy. Scars felt like reminders of failure, shame, or weakness, yet heaven sees them differently. To God, scars are not signs of defeat, they are proofs of survival. They testify that the wound did not win, that what was meant to destroy you has instead marked you as unbreakable. Think of Thomas, one of Jesus' disciples. After the resurrection, he struggled to believe. He wanted evidence, something tangible, something undeniable. And Jesus did not rebuke him. Instead, he showed Thomas his scars. The scars became the proof of glory. They were not erased by resurrection, they were transformed. In the same way, your scars are not something to erase. They are evidence that resurrection life has touched your story. The scriptures remind us in the book of Isaiah, chapter 53, verse 5. But he was pierced for our transgressions. He was crushed for our iniquities. The punishment that brought us peace was on him, and by his wounds we are healed. No, notice the mystery. Wounds can bring healing. What once caused pain now carries power. What once felt like a curse now becomes a cure for others. That is the paradox of scars. They shift from being private burdens to public testimonies. Imagine a tree struck by lightning. For years, the mark remains carved into its bark. Some might see the scar as damage, but others recognize it as beauty, proof of endurance. The tree still stands, still bears fruit, still provides shade. The scar is not its end, it is part of its story. You are that tree. Or picture a pot mended with gold. Like the Japanese art of kintsugi, the cracks are not hidden, they are highlighted, filled with gold dust and lacquer, transforming the vessel into something more valuable than before. Your scars are lines of gold. They make you distinct, treasured, radiant. Scars also carry authority. When you speak of healing, it is not theory, it is testimony. When you encourage others in their pain, it is not hollow words, it is lived experience. People can argue with opinions, but they cannot argue with scars. Scars say, I have been there, I survived, and if I survived, so can you. Oh, at times, scars may ache. They remind you of seasons you would rather forget. Yet, even in that ache, there is beauty. It is proof that you are still alive. Dead things do not scar, only the living do. Your scars are evidence that you not only endured, but emerged. The world often glorifies perfection, flawless appearances, polished images, but heaven celebrates scars. They are badges of honor in the kingdom. Paul himself carried scars, beaten and bruised for the gospel. Yet he declared, "I bear on my body the marks of Jesus." Those marks were not shame, they were proof of faithfulness. Your scars will open doors. They will connect you with people who would otherwise never listen. Someone trapped in despair will hear your story and realize they are not alone. Someone convinced they are too broken will see your scars and find hope for their own healing. Your scars are bridges, spanning the gap between pain and possibility. And scars are also reminders. They remind you of the God who delivered you, of the nights he sustained you, of the mornings he raised you. Every scar whispers, you are still here. You are still chosen. You are still destined. Oh, do not despise them. Do not hide them. Let them shine like medals pinned to a warrior's chest. You did not escape unmarked, but neither did you fall defeated. The marks you carry are evidence of victory. Even nature agrees. Diamonds are formed through pressure, pearls through irritation, gold through fire. Beauty often emerges through breaking. You are no different. Your scars are not disqualifications, they are qualifications. They prove that you have walked through fire and come out with treasure. There is also intimacy in scars. When you show them, you let others see the vulnerable parts of your story. And in that vulnerability, Walsfall, hearts open, healing flows. Hiding scars builds distance, but revealing them builds bridges. One day, you will look at your scars with gratitude. What once felt like pain will be seen as preparation. What once seemed like shame will be revealed as shaping. You will understand that without those wounds, you would not carry the depth, the compassion, the authority you now hold. So walk boldly with your scars. Do not cover them in fear or shame. Lift them as testimonies of grace, proofs of power, signs of survival. For your scars are no longer wounds, they are wonders. Your scars also hold prophetic power. They are like road maps, showing the journey you have traveled and the places where God met you. When others see them, they are not just seeing pain, they are seeing intersections of mercy, divine rescues, and turning points that changed everything. Each scar whispers, here is where grace stepped in. Here is where love refused to let go. Here is where I discovered who I truly was. Consider how scars invite others closer. A perfect story feels unreachable, but a scarred one feels relatable. People do not trust perfection, they trust authenticity. And when you reveal your scars, you show others that healing is possible. Even for them, what they once thought was the end of their story may become the beginning of their testimony. Do not forget, Jesus chose to keep his scars. Even in resurrection glory, he could have risen flawless, yet he kept the marks in his hands and side. Why? To remind us that glory does not erase pain, it transforms it. Your scars do the same. They remind you that resurrection is real, that healing is available, that destiny is stronger than destruction. So carry your scars with reverence. They are not signs of shame, but signatures of survival. They prove not only that you endured, but that God was faithful. every step of the way. There is a silence in the spirit that speaks louder than words. After seasons of storms and warfare, you are entering into a divine stillness. This stillness is not emptiness, it is fullness. It is not the absence of sound, it is the presence of peace. Where once you were tossed back and forth by anxieties, now a holy calm is anchoring you. This calm is not something the world can offer. It does not come from circumstances aligning, from finances stabilizing, or from people finally understanding you. It comes from God Himself, the one who whispered peace over chaotic waters, who stilled storms with a single command, who spoke comfort into trembling hearts. The scriptures declare in the Gospel of John, chapter 14, verse 27, "Peace I leave with you, my peace I give you. I do not give to you as the world gives. Do not let your hearts be troubled, and do not be afraid." Oh, this is the kind of peace wrapping itself around you now. It does not make sense to the human mind. How can peace exist in the midst of uncertainty? How can calm be present while questions remain unanswered? Yet this is the mystery of God's peace. It transcends understanding. It is not logic, it is presence. Think of a deep river. On the surface, winds may stir, waves may ripple, storms may rage. But deep below, the current flows steady, undisturbed, unwavering. That is what divine calm feels like. On the surface, life may appear unsettled, but in your spirit, a steady river flows. Or picture a baby resting in its mother's arms. Noise may surround, chows may swirl, but the baby is unmoved. Because safety is not about silence, it is about presence. That is the assurance of peace. You are held, and because you are held, you can rest. This calm is not passive, it is powerful. Peace in the kingdom is a weapon. The enemy thrives on chaos, on stirring confusion, on keeping hearts restless. When you remain calm, you disarm him. When you walk in peace, his arrows fall short. Your calm terrifies darkness, because it proves that you are anchored in a source beyond its reach. There was once a story of a painter asked to depict peace. Many imagined he would paint a quiet meadow or a still lake. Instead, he painted a waterfall crashing down violently, rocks jagged and sharp. Yet on a ledge within the storm sat a small bird, tucked safely in its nest, eyes closed in rest. That is true peace, not the absence of storm, but rest in the midst of it. This is what you are stepping into. Life may not suddenly lose all challenges, but the challenges will no longer shake you. You will carry stillness even in chaos. You will walk with calm even when others panic, and that calm will become a testimony, drawing others to the source of your strength. Peace also sharpens vision. Anxiety clouds perception, making problems loom larger than they are. But peace clears the fog, allowing you to see solutions where before you saw only obstacles. In calm, creativity awakens. In stillness, wisdom speaks. The very clarity you longed for in chaos now flows naturally in peace. Do not be surprised if others notice the change. They will wonder why you are not panicked, why you are not afraid, why you are not overwhelmed. And your answer will not be arrogance, it will be testimony. It is not me, it is the peace of God within me. And this peace is also preparation. Before great shifts come, God often grants calm, not to lull you into sleep, but to strengthen you for what lies ahead. This is your strengthening season. The calm is equipping you, anchoring you, and readying you for the unveiling yet to come. And perhaps most importantly, this calm restores intimacy. Noise often drowns out the whisper of God, but in stillness, you hear him clearly again. His voice becomes familiar, his presence tangible, his love undeniable. This is the reward of calm. You do not just escape chaos, you encounter God. So, receive this gift. Rest in it. Do not question whether it is real. Embrace it. This is not the calm before destruction. It is the calm before breakthrough. It is the stillness that comes when heaven surrounds you, when angels encamp around you, when God himself whispers, "Be still, and know that I am God." You are entering a season where calm will clothe you like a garment. It will be your protection, your strength, your testimony. And as you walk in this calm, you will not only live in peace, you will carry it, spreading it into every room you enter, every conversation you have, every storm you face. This calm will become your covering, like a cloak wrapped tightly around your shoulders. Wherever you walk, it will accompany you, shielding you from the sharp winds of worry and the burning sun of fear. People will notice the difference, not because you speak louder, but because you stand steadier. And in moments when storms rise again, you will not scramble as before. Instead, you will pause, breathe, and let the river within remind you, God has never abandoned you, and he never will. Your calm is not fragile, it is fortified by his promise. So, carry it boldly. Let it be the invisible banner over your life, a silent proclamation that you are anchored in stillness. You are strong. In calm, you are unshakable. And through this gift, you become living evidence that true peace is possible, even in a world full of storms. There are moments in your journey when heaven gives you a prophetic marker, a number that does not simply represent mathematics, but meaning. Numbers in Scripture have always been more than digits. They have been declarations. 7 echoed completion. 12 marked government and order. 40 spoke of testing and transition. And today, heaven is pressing a number upon your spirit, one that seals what this season means for you. It is written in the book of Job, chapter 23, verse 10, "But he knows the way that I take. When he has tested me, I will come forth as gold." 1. You have walked through testing, refining, delay, and silence. But like gold refined in fire, what emerges now carries brilliance. And to mark this moment, the prophetic number is 88. Why 88? Because 8 is the number of new beginnings. It declares, the old has ended, and something fresh is here. But when doubled, 88 magnifies the meaning, double new beginnings, doors opening in pairs, pathways clearing not just for survival but for overflow. It is heaven's way of saying, not only will you begin again, but you will begin with increase. When you type 88 inches, the comments, it is more than keystrokes. It is a prophetic act of alignment. It is you declaring, I step into my new beginning. I embrace not just restoration, but multiplication. I receive not just a start, but a double start, sealed by heaven. Think of Noah. After the floodwaters receded, the ark rested on dry ground, and the world began again. Creation had been washed, judgment had passed, and life emerged fresh. Noah stepped into an entirely new season. That is what 88 represents. The waters that tried to drown you have receded, and now a fresh chapter begins. Or picture Israel crossing the Jordan River. After years of wandering in wilderness, they stepped onto promised land. Old cycles broke. Old struggles ended. And a new reality dawned. That is what 88 whispers. You will not circle the same mountain again. The wilderness chapter is closed, and destiny's ground lies before you. Double new beginnings mean you will not only see doors open, you will see them open in pairs. Relationships restored and purpose revealed. Opportunities unfolding and creativity awakened. Healing in your heart and expansion in your influence. Double grâce. Double favor. Double opportunity. And let me remind you, this is not hype. Numbers mean nothing without alignment. But when faith meets them, they become markers of destiny. When you write 88, you are not creating magic. You are acknowledging miracle. You are planting a flag in the ground that says, "This is where my wilderness ended. This is where my new chapter began." Think of a sunrise after the darkest night. One light appears on the horizon, signaling dawn. But soon, the sky doubles with brilliance, painted in colors you could never invent. That is 88, not one dawn. But double. Not just light, but abundance of light. And it is not only about you. When you declare 88, you are also interceding for those connected to you. Your new beginning will ripple outward. Your family will taste it. Your community will feel it. Even those who once mocked your waiting will witness your rising. Double new beginnings spread beyond you. They create a legacy of change. There will be resistance. The enemy never watches silently when chosen ones step into newness. He will try to whisper, "It's not real. Nothing has changed." But every time he whispers, "Let ochenta, y ocho hecho back." Every time doubt creeps in, let your declaration rise. Every time old cycles try to pull you back, let your fingers remind you, you are not who you were. You are not where you were. 88 has sealed your step. Your wilderness did not break you, it birthed you. Your silence did not bury you, it prepared you. And now the number 88 stands as a banner over your life. Double new beginnings. Double grâce. Double unveiling. So pause there now. Let your spirit feel the shift. Can you sense it? The old has truly passed. The page has turned. The ink of heaven has written a fresh chapter, and you are stepping onto the first line. Type it now, 88. Let it be your amen, your agreement, your seal. Let it be a declaration not only to heaven, but to yourself, to your future, and to the generations yet to come. For you were hidden for a season. But the unveiling begins with this, a new start. Doubled, secured, unstoppable. 80. 8 is your number. Step into it with boldness. And understand this, 88 is not a reset button that erases your past. It is a doorway that transforms it. Every scar, every wilderness night, every crushing moment becomes material for the new. Your past does not disqualify you. It becomes the foundation on which the double new beginnings stand. Just as ashes give way to beauty and mourning turns into dancing, so your history becomes the soil for your destiny. Think of a phoenix rising from the ashes. It does not deny that fire consumed it. It testifies that from the fire, life emerges twice as strong. That is the prophetic picture of 88, not denial of the old season, but triumph over it. And this number carries endurance with it. One beginning might fade. But double beginnings signal momentum, continuity, and stability. You will not start and stop. You will not rise and fall. You will build with strength that lasts. So, when you see 88, let it steady your heart. Let it remind you that endings are never final when God writes the story. Let it reassure you that what you thought was lost forever will return, not only restored, but multiplied. And let it embolden you to walk forward without fear, because heaven has declared, the page has turned. The double doors are open, and your new beginning is here to stay. There is something holy about being seen. For years, you carried your fire in silence, wondering if anyone noticed, if anyone understood, if anyone even cared. You lit your lamp in the dark, not knowing who it would guide, and you whispered prayers with no echo in return. But here is the truth. Heaven saw every flicker of faith, every quiet act of obedience, every hidden seed sown in tears was witnessed. And now, the time has come when the light within you will not remain hidden, it will be lifted. Visibility is not for vanity, it is for impact. A candle hidden under a bowl helps no one, but placed on a stand, it shines for the whole room. You are that candle. Your unveiling is not about making you the center, it is about letting your flame serve its purpose. The scriptures remind us in the book of Philippians, chapter 2, verse 15, "Then you will shine among them like stars in the sky as you hold firmly to the word of life." Stars do not compete with one another, they simply shine. Each one takes its place in the heavens, guiding travelers, marking seasons, declaring glory. In the same way, you do not need to strive or force. Your unveiling is simply your time to shine. Think of a bridge. A bridge is not noticed while it is being built. Workers labor. Foundations are laid. Beams are placed. But most pass by without a thought. Only when the bridge is complete, when it spans from one side to the other, do people walk across it and marvel. That is your life. For years you were under construction, unseen. But now, as the bridge is complete, others will walk across your testimony and find passage to their own destiny. Or picture a lantern carried in the night. To the one holding it, it may seem small, but to those behind, it becomes everything. It shows the path, steadies their steps, gives courage to keep walking. That is what your unveiling will do. You will carry the lantern for many who would otherwise stumble in the dark. And as we speak about light, I want to invite you into something simple yet profound. Like this message, share it, and subscribe. But do not see them as mechanical clicks. See them as parables of your journey. To like is to place a stone on the path. Each stone may seem small, but together they form a road where others can walk safely without stumbling. When you press like, you are laying down a marker saying, "This road matters. Others can follow it too." To share is to release a kite into the wind. The string is still in your hand, but the message carried by the kite soars higher and further than you could ever reach alone. Someone miles away may look up, see its colors, and feel hope return to their heart. To subscribe is to drive a stake into the ground and pitch your tent. It is choosing to dwell, to journey, to belong. You are not a passerby on the road. You are part of the caravan moving toward promise together. Subscription is not just following, it is staying. And if generosity stirs in you, see it as pouring water into a traveler's cup. The fire still burns. The caravan still walks. But your gift refreshes weary souls along the way, ensuring no one falls behind. But hear me clearly. None of these are obligations. They are invitations. Symbolic acts of connection. Just as the prophet Elisha asked the widow to pour out her little jar of oil, not to take from her, but to multiply her miracle. So too, these actions are opportunities for participation, not pressure. Because in the end, this moment is not about algorithms or numbers, it is about light. It is about your flame, your unveiling, your moment to step forward. The world will see, but more importantly, the world will be guided. Your unveiling is not about you becoming greater. It is about God becoming visible through you. And the more of us who join together, the stronger the fire grows. Alone, one flame flickers. Together, thousands become a beacon. A city on a hill cannot be hidden. And together we are becoming that city. Our flames combining into a light that darkness cannot overcome. So, walk boldly into this season. Do not shrink back. Do not hide. Let your scars shine. Let your story speak. Let your fire burn. And as you shine, others will rise. They will see your flame and realize they too carry light. They will remember that hidden does not mean forgotten, that crushed does not mean finished, that delayed does not mean denied. This is your unveiling. And as it happens, heaven whispers, "Well done. The flame has endured. The light has not gone out. Now let it shine." And when your light shines, it will not only illuminate your path, it will awaken others to theirs. There are souls sitting in silence, waiting for proof that survival is possible, that purpose still exists. Your unveiling becomes their evidence. Your courage becomes their invitation. Your flame becomes their spark. So, never underestimate what heaven can do with one person who chooses to stand visible. The ripple is greater than you imagine. Just as one candle can light 1,000 without losing its glow, so your light will multiply in ways unseen. Carry this truth. Your unveiling is not the end of hiding. It is the beginning of harvest. Every hidden season was planting. Every crushing season was watering. Now, the world will see the fruit, and in that fruit, they will taste the goodness of God. Step forward boldly, for your time to shine has fully come. There are seasons when the weight of silence feels unbearable, when every prayer seems unanswered and every step feels hidden in shadow. You have walked through those valleys. You have endured those nights. And yet here you are not broken, not defeated, but refined. What looked like abandonment was actually formation. What felt like silence was actually shaping. Heaven was not ignoring you, it was preparing you. Now the season has shifted. The winds that once pressed against you are about to carry you forward. The closed doors that felt final were only detours. The very struggles that threatened to bury you have become the soil in which your roots deepened. And the unveiling of your life is not only for you, it is for every person who will one day hear your testimony and find hope again. The scriptures remind us in the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3, "For the revelation awaits an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay." This verse is the essence of your story. What lingered was not denied. What seemed delayed was still certain. You are stepping into the appointed time, and what heaven spoke over you will not prove false. Picture a cocoon. From the outside, it appears lifeless, unmoving, insignificant, yet inside, transformation unfolds. The struggle of the butterfly pressing against the walls is not punishment, it is strengthening. Without that resistance, the wings would never grow strong enough to fly. You, too, have been in a cocoon season. And now, the pressing has produced wings. It is time to fly. Or imagine a symphony held in silence before the conductor raises his hand. Musicians sit poised, instruments ready, the room heavy with anticipation. Then, with a single gesture, the music bursts forth. That pause was not empty, it was pregnant with purpose. Your silence was the same. What felt like stillness was heaven tuning you for the unveiling. And now, as you step into this moment, I want you to seal it with a prophetic act of declaration. In the comments, write the simple phrase, "Light breaks forth." Why this phrase? Because it carries the imagery of dawn after the longest night. It is not only about you rising, but about the breaking open of light that darkness cannot contain. When you type, "Light breaks forth," you are declaring, "My night is over. The silence has ended. The shadows cannot hold me. I step into the dawn appointed for me." This declaration is not casual, it is prophetic. It is like standing on the edge of a new day and announcing to your own spirit, to heaven, and even to the forces of darkness, the light has come, and nothing can turn it back. End quote. Imagine a horizon glowing after endless hours of black sky. At first, it is just a line, faint and fragile, but within moments, the sun rises, unstoppable, filling everything with warmth and vision. That is what your words proclaim. They are not just keystrokes, they are sunrise. When you speak, light breaks forth. You are not denying the years of darkness. You are declaring that those years have expired. Every hidden night, every unanswered prayer, every silent tear was real. But dawn is greater. Light does not argue with darkness, it replaces it. Your words are a prophetic sunrise that says, "I endured, I survived, and now I shine." And think of seeds buried under the soil. For months they are unseen, hidden, forgotten. But at the appointed time, they break forth, not because they pushed themselves up alone, but because light pulled them. In the same way, your breaking forth is not by your strength alone, it is the pull of heaven's light, drawing you into visibility, into fruitfulness, into destiny. So each time you type or whisper, light breaks forth, let it be a reminder, your story is not ending in shadow. It is opening into brilliance. And your unveiling is not just for you, it is for everyone who needs proof that dawn always comes. And the more you meditate on those words, light breaks forth, the more you will notice them echoing in the very fabric of your life. Suddenly, the situations that once looked permanent will begin to shift. The heaviness that once felt unshakable will start to lift. Darkness may still try to linger at the edges, but it will no longer own the center. The breaking forth of light means that night can only retreat. You will see it in small ways. First, a door opening that you thought was shut forever. A conversation that restores what was lost. A fresh wave of creativity in areas where you felt dry. These are not coincidences, they are confirmations. The dawn is not only spiritual, it manifests in the tangible, reminding you that God's promises are not just poetic, they are practical. And this light will not remain private. Like the first rays of sunrise spilling over mountains, your breaking forth will reach beyond you. Family members who doubted will watch with amazement. Friends who lost hope will borrow strength from your story. Even strangers may see your transformation and whisper, "If they can rise, then so can I." That is the ripple effect of light. It refuses to remain contained. Do not fear the responsibility of shining. Light does not strain to be light. It simply is. You do not need to perform, exaggerate, or force what is unfolding. The unveiling of your life is not about effort, it is about alignment. Just as the sun does not apologize for rising, you need not apologize for the season you are stepping into. So let the words be etched into your spirit. Repeat them when fear knocks. Declare them when doubt presses in. Whisper them in prayer. Write them in your journal. Teach them to your children. Let "light breaks forth" become not just a phrase you once typed, but a prophecy you live daily. For your dawn is here, and nothing can put it back into night. The unveiling of authority is perhaps the most misunderstood part of a chosen one's journey. Authority is not the same as power. Power can be seized, stolen, or misused. Authority, however, is bestowed. It is recognized not because you demand it, but because heaven confirms it. Authority is not about force, it is about alignment. When you walk in authority, creation itself responds, not because of who you are in the natural, but because of who you are in the spirit. Authority emerges through submission. The wilderness you endured was not meant to strip you of dignity, but to anchor you in humility. Authority flows only through those who know what it is to kneel. You bowed when pride tempted you to rise. You surrendered when fear told you to fight in your own strength. You waited when impatience screamed to run ahead. These hidden postures forged authority within you. The scriptures remind us in the Gospel of Luke, chapter 10, verse 19, "I have given you authority to trample on snakes and scorpions and to overcome all the power of the enemy. Nothing will harm you." Auglin, this promise is not metaphorical alone, it is spiritual reality. Authority means that what once terrified you now trembles before you. It means the chains that bound your family line lose their grip at your command. It means the lies that haunted your mind scatter when you speak truth. Authority is the mantle heaven drapes on those who have endured crushing without compromise. Think of a soldier returning from battle, stripped of medals, covered in scars. They may not look impressive to the untrained eye, but the authority they carry is unmistakable. They have faced fire and survived. They have led in chaos and endured. Their very presence carries weight. That is you. Your scars are not disqualifications, they are qualifications. They mark you as one who carries authority, or picture a shepherd tending sheep. To outsiders, it looks ordinary, even menial. Yet when lions or bears attack, the shepherd's courage is revealed. Authority is not about position, but about proven faithfulness. David carried authority long before he wore a crown, because he had proven himself in hidden fields. You too have proven yourself in hidden places, and heaven has recognized it. Authority is also about voice. When you speak, the weight of your words no longer comes from volume or persuasion, but from truth forged in fire. Authority makes your whisper louder than the world's shout. It is why people will listen when you share your story, why atmospheres shift when you pray, why chains break when you declare freedom. Your authority is not in performance, but in presence, the presence of God flowing through you. And authority does not mean ease. It does not erase battles, it changes how you face them. You no longer fight as one hoping to win. You fight as one who knows victory is already secured. Authority shifts your posture from desperation to dominion. You no longer plead with storms, you command them to still. Yet true authority always carries humility. You do not walk in arrogance, demanding recognition. You walk in quiet strength, knowing where your authority comes from. You are not the source, you are the vessel. The moment authority becomes self-exalting, it becomes fragile. But when rooted in God, it is unshakable. Consider Moses. At first, he doubted himself, arguing with God about his lack of eloquence. But when he surrendered, his staff carried authority to part seas, bring water from rocks, and confront kings. The authority was never in the staff, it was in his obedience. In the same way, your authority is not in your tools, your talents, or your titles, it is in your obedience. Authority also demands responsibility. To carry it is to steward it carefully. You cannot use it to control or manipulate, but to serve and set free. Authority is meant to break chains, not bind them. It is meant to heal, not harm, to lift, not to crush. Your authority is a weapon, but it is wielded with love, and this authority will grow. The more you walk in obedience, the deeper it roots. Authority is like a tree at first, small, but with time it becomes shelter for many. Already, people sense it in you. They may not articulate it, but they feel peace when you enter, clarity when you speak, courage when you act. That is the silent power of authority. There will be moments when the enemy tries to intimidate you, to convince you that you are powerless. But authority is not about feelings, it is about reality. Even when you feel weak, the mantle of authority remains. Even when you stumble, the weight of authority does not leave. Because it was never earned, it was given. So rise in your authority. Do not shrink back. Do not apologize for it. It is not pride to carry what heaven has placed upon you. Authority is not about you being seen. It is about God being revealed through you. And when you walk in it, atmospheres will change. Rooms will feel different because you entered. Chains will fall, not because of your eloquence, but because of your presence. Darkness will flee, not because of your strength, but because of the light you carry. This is the unveiling of authority. It is not loud, but it is undeniable. It is not boastful, but it is unshakable. and it is the mark of one who has been chosen, hidden, refined, and now revealed. Authority also reveals itself in the smallest places. It is not only in grand stages or visible breakthroughs. It is in how you respond when no one claps, how you love when no one thanks you, how you forgive when no one sees. That unseen strength is authority in its purest form. The stage does not create authority. It only exposes what was already there. And authority does not diminish with age or season. It deepens. What feels like limitation becomes wisdom. What looks like slowing down becomes sharpening, like wine maturing in a cellar. Authority grows richer with time. Others may chase quick influence, but you carry lasting weight. So carry this with reverence. You did not fight your wilderness in vain. You did not endure your crushing for nothing. Every step, every scar, every prayer has prepared you to walk now in a mantle that cannot be shaken. This is authority, and it rests upon you like fire on an altar visible, undeniable, eternal. The unveiling of destiny is never sudden. It is the accumulation of every hidden moment, every unseen decision, every private battle fought in silence. What appears to others as an overnight transformation is, in truth, the fruit of years spent in preparation. You have walked through that preparation. You have endured it when no one else understood, when explanations failed, and when even your own heart wondered if it was worth it. Now, destiny does not arrive as a surprise. It arrives as fulfillment. Destiny is not a destination. It is a journey unfolding. Too often, people imagine destiny as a final place, a single moment of triumph where everything becomes clear. But in truth, destiny is revealed step by step, like a scroll unrolling slowly in the hands of the author. Each step forward is a new line revealed. Each act of obedience, a fresh sentence written. You are not waiting for destiny. You are already walking in it. The scriptures remind us in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 29, verse 11, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." These words are not vague comfort, they are concrete assurance. The plans over your life are not accidents. They are not random. They are written, sealed, and guarded by the one who never fails. When you doubted, his plans remained. When you stumbled, his plans endured. When you nearly quit, his plans kept you. And now, as the unveiling of destiny unfolds, you see that nothing was wasted. Think of an archer drawing back a bow. To the outside eye, it looks like delay. The arrow is pulled further and further backward, away from its target. But the backward motion is not retreat. It is preparation for release. The tension builds. The pressure increases. And then, in one decisive moment, the arrow flies forward with unstoppable force. That has been your story. Every pull backward was only setting you up for greater distance, greater speed, greater accuracy. The unveiling of destiny is the release, or imagine a tapestry woven on a loom. From the back, it looks messy threads, tangled, colors confused, patterns unclear. But from the front, the design is breathtaking, intentional, and ordered. For years, you may have stared at the underside of your life, wondering why the threads seemed so random. But now, destiny turns the tapestry around, and you begin to see the beauty of what has been forming all along. Destiny does not erase the wilderness, it redeems it. The places where you were pressed, where you were rejected, where you were delayed, those very places now shine as evidence of God's guidance. Had you skipped the wilderness, you would not carry the authority you now hold. Had you avoided the crushing, you would not pour with the oil that now flows. Destiny uses everything, even the parts you once wished away. And destiny always points outward. It is never about self alone. Joseph's destiny was not simply about his dream, it was about saving a nation in famine. Esther's destiny was not only about her crown, it was about delivering her people. Your unveiling is not for your comfort, it is for impact. It is for the lives connected to yours, for the voices yet unheard, for the chains yet unbroken. There will be moments when destiny feels heavy, like a mantle laid across your shoulders. It may weigh more than you expected. But heaviness is not a sign of punishment, it is a sign of significance. Gold weighs more than dust. Crowns weigh more than hats. And mantles weigh more than cloaks. You feel the weight only because what you carry is valuable. At the same time, destiny is not without opposition. As doors open, resistance will rise. As light shines, shadows will react. But remember, the resistance is confirmation, not contradiction. Opposition proves that you are walking in significance. If your steps carried no weight, darkness would not care. The very fact that you face resistance is evidence that you are aligned with purpose. And here is the hope. Destiny is not fragile. It cannot be stolen, sabotaged, or cancelled by human hands. People may delay it, but they cannot destroy it. Circumstances may test it, but they cannot erase it. Even your own mistakes cannot undo it. For the author of your story writes, with redemption, consider Peter. He denied Christ 3 times, convinced his failure, disqualified him. Yet destiny called him still, restoring him on the shore of Galilee, commissioning him to feed the flock. His failure did not cancel his future, it prepared him to lead with humility. Your mistakes do not disqualify you, they refine you. Destiny remains, unwavering. So, walk forward now, not in arrogance, but in assurance. The unveiling of destiny is not about proving yourself, it is about revealing what God has already written. Others will marvel, some will resist, but you will know, this is not chance. This is not coincidence. This is the appointed unfolding of heaven's script over your life. Let destiny anchor you. Let it steady your steps when storms rage. Let it remind you, when doubts creep in, that your story has already been authored by one who never fails. And as you walk, let destiny flow outward, not as a selfish crown, but as a torch passed to many others, igniting hope in their darkness. This is the unveiling of destiny. It is not sudden, it is sovereign. It is not random, it is written. And as it unfolds, may your life become a living testimony that God's plans are always worth the wait. There is a holiness to legacy that is often misunderstood. Legacy is not built in a single moment of applause or recognition. It is carved through years of faithfulness, through the hidden choices made when no one else was watching. It is the accumulation of prayers whispered in silence, of sacrifices that seemed unseen, of tears sown in dark soil. Legacy is not about the monuments you build, it is about the lives you touch. When you think of legacy, do not imagine only grand achievements or celebrated titles. Legacy is the quiet impact of your obedience. It is the neighbor who found hope because you spoke encouragement at the right time. It is the child who learned faith by watching you endure hardship with grace. It is the stranger who encountered light in your presence without even knowing why. Legacy is often invisible in the moment, but eternal in its effect. The scriptures declare in the book of Proverbs, chapter 13, verse 22, "A good person leaves an inheritance for their children's children, but a sinner's wealth is stored up for the righteous." And this inheritance is not limited to material wealth. It is about spiritual deposits, truth, courage, faith, and resilience that outlast possessions. Money fades, buildings crumble, names may be forgotten, but the spiritual legacy you leave is immortal. The words you spoke in faith, the prayers you prayed in secret, the courage you modeled in storms, these are treasures your children's children will inherit. Think of Abraham. His legacy was not only his possessions, it was the covenant promise carried by generations after him. Think of David. His legacy was not only a kingdom, it was a heart after God that became a reference point for centuries. Legacy is not about what you hold in your lifetime. It is about what outlives you. Imagine a ripple in water. One stone cast into a pond creates circles that expand outward, touching shores far beyond where the stone first fell. Your life is that stone. The decisions you make, the words you speak, the faith you carry, they ripple beyond you, reaching lives you may never meet, generations you will never see. Or think of a tree planted long ago, now providing shade for children who never knew the one who planted it. The planter may be forgotten, but the impact remains. That is legacy, not recognition, but fruitfulness. Legacy also requires endurance. Many start with passion but fade before their roots deepen. Legacy is not built in bursts of excitement, but in consistent obedience. It is the daily choice to keep showing up, to keep believing, to keep loving, even when no one applauds. The fruit of legacy grows slowly, but lasts eternally. At times, you may wonder if your efforts matter. You may feel small, unseen, insignificant. But hear this, every seed matters. Seeds are not measured by their size, but by their potential. A small act of kindness, a single word of encouragement, a quiet prayer whispered in faith. These are seeds that may grow into forests of legacy. And legacy is not limited by failure. In fact, your scars may become the most powerful part of what you leave behind. When future generations hear that you endured storms and still stood, that you faced rejection and still loved, that you walked through fire and still believed, they will find courage to do the same. Legacy is not perfection, it is perseverance. Consider Paul. He was once a persecutor, but his transformation became part of his legacy. His letters, written in chains, still ignite faith across the earth today. His past did not erase his impact. It magnified the grace of God through his story. Your legacy, too, is not destroyed by your failures. It is shaped by your redemption. There is also a collective dimension to legacy. Alone, your impact is significant, but together, with others walking in obedience, legacies intertwine. Generations are transformed when chosen ones link their obedience into a chain stronger than any darkness. You are part of that chain, carrying forward the faith handed to you, and passing it onward to those yet unborn. And here is the beauty. Legacy is not something you wait until the end of your life to see. You are already living it. Every person who has been touched by your words, every life encouraged by your presence, every soul lifted by your faith, you are already leaving legacy now. So do not despise the small days. Do not underestimate the quiet moments. Do not think your hidden faithfulness is wasted. Legacy is not measured by noise, but by endurance. Not by visibility, but by fruit. And when you stand at the end of your journey, you will see that every tear, every prayer, every step of obedience formed a legacy more enduring than any monument of stone. This is the unveiling of legacy. It is not about fame, but faith. Not about possessions, but presence. Not about being remembered, but about making an eternal mark. Walk in this awareness, and let your life echo beyond your lifetime. Legacy is not only what you leave, it is what you live. Every day you breathe, you are already shaping the story that will echo after you. The kindness you choose in conflict, the truth you hold when it costs you, the faith you cling to when all else shakes, these are not small acts. They are eternal seeds. Long after your footsteps fade from the earth, the fruit of those seeds will continue to grow. And here is the mystery. Legacy multiplies. What you hand down does not stay the same size, it expands. Your prayer may save one life today, but that life may touch 1,000 tomorrow. Your word may strengthen one heart now, but that heart may raise a generation of warriors. Legacy is not a straight line, it is a widening river. So walk carefully, but walk boldly. Every step matters. Every word matters. Every choice matters. And know this, your legacy is not fragile, for it is held by God Himself, the keeper of every seed you have sown in faith. There is an unveiling that is final, not because it ends your story, but because it completes the hidden season and ushers you into a lifetime of visible testimony. For so long, you walked through shadows, misunderstood by some, overlooked by others, and even doubted by yourself. Yet every hidden moment has brought you to this point. The unveiling is no longer a distant promise. It is a present reality. Final unveiling is different from the first glimmers of recognition. It is not partial, fragile, or uncertain. It is the fullness of time, the appointed moment when all the strands of your story weave together into clarity. What was once confusing now makes sense. What was once delayed now feels right on time. What was once silent now resounds with purpose. The scriptures remind us in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 19, "For the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed." This is the essence of unveiling. It is not simply about you being seen, it is about creation itself, waiting for the moment you step forward. Every tear you shed, every battle you fought, every scar you carry has been leading to this unveiling. And heaven is not the only one watching. Creation itself leans forward, longing for you to rise. Think of a curtain in a grand theater. For a long time, the stage has been prepared in silence. Lights adjusted, sets built, actors rehearsing, all behind a heavy curtain. The audience grows restless, wondering when the play will begin. Then, in one breathless moment, the curtain rises, and what was hidden is revealed in glory. That is your unveiling. The curtain has lifted, and your life now stands as a stage where heaven's story will unfold. Or imagine a diamond kept hidden in rough stone. Miners dig, polishers grind, craftsmen shape, and still, for years, its brilliance is concealed. But the unveiling moment comes when the stone is lifted to light, and its radiance dazzles all who see it. You are that diamond. Your brilliance was not lost in the years of crushing. It was being formed for this moment. This unveiling is not just personal, it is generational. Others will see and rise. Your light will become a signal fire for those who have wandered, a reminder that destiny is real, that God is faithful, that silence never lasts forever. You are not unveiled simply for your fulfillment, but for the awakening of many. And yes, unveiling carries weight. When light shines, shadows react. When testimony rises, critics appear. But the unveiling is not fragile, it is secured by heaven. No voice can silence what God has revealed. No darkness can overcome what has been lit. You may feel unready, but unveiling does not wait for perfection, it waits for obedience. And you are already prepared by the very wilderness that once made you doubt. Destiny now flows outward like a river. It touches shores you may never see. Words you speak will outlast your lifetime. Acts of obedience will ripple through generations. Your unveiling is not a spotlight, it is a torch passed forward, a flame kindled in others, a legacy of fire that will not go out. And in this unveiling, you will see God's fingerprints everywhere. The delays you once cursed will reveal themselves as protection. The rejections you mourned will appear as redirection. The wounds you carried will shine as wisdom. Nothing will feel wasted. Everything will bear the mark of grace. The unveiling also brings rest. No longer striving to be seen. You simply shine. No longer explaining your worth. You simply live it. No longer battling to prove. You simply walk. The burden of proving yourself lifts, because the unveiling is God's work, not yours. You only need to stand, to shine, to carry what has already been given, and as you walk forward, the unveiling will not end, it will expand. Today it begins with your story. Tomorrow it multiplies in others. Soon, what began as your personal dawn will become a collective sunrise, a rising of many chosen ones, each carrying light into the darkest places of the earth. This is the unveiling you have been waiting for. It is not a fleeting moment, not a passing season, but a shift into destiny that will carry you the rest of your days. You were hidden for a season. You endured the silence, the crushing, the waiting, and now, unveiled, you walk as living proof that God's timing is perfect and His promises never fail. So step boldly, shine freely, live fully, for the unveiling has come, and nothing can put the light back into hiding. And when you walk in this unveiling, remember, you are not carrying your own story alone, but you are carrying heaven's testimony through your life. Every step becomes a declaration. Every breath, a reminder. Every glance, a spark of hope to someone watching in silence. The unveiling is not an ending, but a continuation, where your scars, your oil, and your victories flow outward as rivers of life. So, do not shrink back when the world finally sees you. Do not apologize for the light that rests upon you. This is not arrogance, it is assignment. This is not vanity, it is victory. You are not unveiled because you demanded it, but because God appointed it, and His appointment is unstoppable. From this day forward, let your life become a sunrise to others. Your presence, a reminder that night never lasts forever. For you were hidden, but only for a season. Now the unveiling is complete. You have walked through every valley of this journey with me, 30 sections. Each a step deeper into the mystery of being hidden, refined, and finally unveiled. You began as one who wondered if the silence meant abandonment, but now you stand as one who knows. The silence was preparation. The crushing was anointing. The delay was divine alignment. And as we close this script, hear me clearly. This is not the end. This is the beginning. The unveiling is here. And the world will see what heaven has known all along, that you are God's chosen one. Arise not in fear, but in faith. Shine not in striving, but in surrender. For your light is not self-made, it is the reflection of glory carried within you. And now, I want to speak to your heart with gentle urgency. If these words have stirred something deep within you, if you have felt heaven's breath in these lines, then do not let this moment pass quietly. Moments like this are not accidents, they are appointments. So I invite you, like this message, share it, subscribe, comment below. But hear me, do not see these as mechanical actions. They are living symbols, each one carrying the weight of a prophetic act. To like is to place your stone on the altar, saying, "This word has touched me. This fire belongs to me too." It is a small motion, but it is a spark, and sparks, when gathered, ignite flames that cannot be ignored. To share is to throw open the windows of your house in the night, letting the light spill out into the street. You may never know who passes by, who catches that glimpse of hope, who is saved from despair simply because you chose to share. Sharing is not about algorithms, it is about rescue. To subscribe is to choose belonging. Think of a great caravan traveling through wilderness. Some pass by for a moment, but others choose to pitch their tent, to walk together, to share the journey. Subscription is that choice. It is saying, "I will not wander alone. I will be part of this family of light." Oh, and when you comment, do not type casually. Imagine each word you leave as a star lit in the night sky. One star may seem small, but when many are written, they form constellations, patterns of light that guide those who are still wandering in darkness. Your comment is not only your voice, it is a beacon for someone else, a mark on the map of souls searching for direction. Do not underestimate the power of these acts. What seems small in the natural is mighty in the spirit. These clicks, these words, these choices, they are not transactions. They are declarations. They are ways of saying, "I am here. I am chosen. I am part of this rising." Late and beyond screens, remember, the truest response is the life you live after this. Let your story be a living comment. Your faith, a constant subscription. Your kindness, the truest share. Your courage, the deepest like. For as one journey ends, another begins. You are no longer hidden. You are unveiled. and heaven itself leans close to whisper, "Well done. Now go, and let the world see the light I placed within you." So take this final step with me. Seal it in your heart. Let your life shine. Let your voice rise. Let your legacy endure. For your time has come. Chosen one. The unveiling is complete, and the world will never be the same.